Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. How are you doing? Some of you have been waiting. I'm so touched. You guys are so awesome. Thank you so very much for being patient and waiting. Um, I am excited about today. Yesterday, y'all, it was an awesome day, and I can't thank y'all enough for that. Oh, my camera is crooked again. There we go. So, we had a very busy and full day yesterday, and today we're going to keep diving in to this Sarah Boone. Yes, I hum her name because every time I think of that woman, I think of a siren. There we go. I think of sirens. She's a siren call, honey. That girl's coming. You better run. So good morning, everybody. I'm Ada K. If you've never joined me before, I thank you so much. We are deeply following the Sarah Boone trial. Hi, Jackie Smith. Good morning. Judgy Mick Judgerson. Oh my gosh. Welcome. We've got several first timers this morning. Thank you so much for hopping in. Well, if you were with me yesterday, we spent almost 7 hours going through the Sarah Boone videos and documents. We're going to continue some of that. Now, I owe everybody an apology. Yesterday, I ended the live. I ran and got gas, kind of that kind of stuff. And all of a sudden, as soon as I get off all live, I get new postings in the court documents and recommend motions and stuff. So I started the live and then realized within the first few minutes, I had to be teaching sign language. It was the first night of my class. I teach it 2 times a year, once in the spring, once in the fall. And I totally forgot. I am so sorry. So I had to end the live. So we will be going through the 2 filings that dropped yesterday. I do have it up and we are watching for anything today. I think for the next week, anything is possible. And I'm just trying to be ready. We have some video cameras videos we're going to watch. We're just trying to refresh our brains as to some of the details. I discovered a few things that I had either missed when watching the video or just plain out didn't hear it. For those of you who don't know me, I am deaf without my hearing aids. I got hearing aids in now. I'm profoundly deaf. And so if a deaf person hops on, I will start signing immediately. So I appreciate y'all. Gosh, I have so many new people here today. That is awesome. So let's do this. Let's dive into the documents. I need my glasses. Where did I put my glasses? This is bad, y'all. Oh my gosh, I left the glasses in the other room. While I go get my glasses, I'm going to go ahead and do a word from our sponsor. I could not do my lives without them. The Java keeps me going. Hey, y'all, please help me welcome the Hitchman Homestead Coffee. They are fabulous. They have many different blends of freshly roasted, freshly ground coffee. They have a monthly club where you get 4 bags for $40 or a Kirk option. Also, they just came out with a half and half. Oh my gosh, I absolutely love it. So do me a favor. Go down to the link below at hitchmanhomestead.com. Order you some coffee and show them some love. And almost made it. Oh, I can see the putty cat. I can see. All right. So let me get back to comments. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to start diving into these documents as soon as I get these cleaned. And then we got videos to watch. We're just going to talk. For those of you who are new with me today, if you would like to chat, I welcome it. I am very much a lover of chat interaction. So as long as everybody's respectful and nice, and we can disagree on what's happening, but I want to hear it. I'm here for you. I'm not here for me. So with that, please share your opinions. I like to hear it. We learn from each other's opinions. Sometimes I see it one way and you tell me something and I go, oh, you're right. So let's do that, guys. Let me get the document up. Which count amended difference? Let me just do one and then I can pop the other. Okay, so I'm excited. I also found some new sounds that kind of fit with my the Boone tunes instead of Looney Tunes. I have the Boone tunes, and I find that funny. I grew up on Looney Tunes, so that's just me, y'all. That's just me, y'all. Okay, I'm trying to get this. There we go. But now I'm trying to embiggen it, so give me a sec. I'm trying to find a better program to do this in. I don't know what that would be, but we got it. We're all good. Okay. Let's start scrolling. This was filed yesterday at 4:39 p.m. Here is the amended motion to suppress the defendant's statement at OSC, a COSO. Come now, the defendant by and through the undersigned attorney pursuant to Rule 3.190 parentheses H, Florida rules that the criminal procedure, the Fifth and the Sixth Amendments of the United States Constitution and Article 1, Section 9 of the Florida Constitution, and respectfully amends the motion, moving the courts to suppress all statements by defendant during her interrogation at the Orange County Sheriff Office, and in support thereof states the following. Okay, what are you changing in this? Okay, last time he was arguing that she was not read her Miranda rights appropriately. A sentence at the end or so was left off. And then he argued that she was detained and was not permitted to leave the scene at the day of that she discovered him deceased. So that when she could not leave the scene, they said, don't leave. We need to ask you some questions, was detainment. And from that point on, they should have Mirandized her. They did not. Under the legal definition of detainment for the Miranda purposes, what they did at that time was an investigation to an emergency. Once they discovered he was deceased, there was nothing else they can do. They did have a right to question her in that situation. But at that point, she was not being looked at as the perpetrator. And at that point, they had no evidence to present to her because they didn't know anything. So that is where we stand now. So now they're coming and saying, oh, okay, so we're going to amend this. I'm going to move this over here so I don't have to keep wiggling. They're going to amend this. That doesn't look good. Sorry. I got it. If anybody has a better program for doing this, let me know. Because I don't like having all the borders around it. I like it to look like this. All right, here we go. Number 1, the defendant, Sarah Boone, is charged by way of information, all caps, with a single count of a second-degree murder. On or about the 24th of February, 2020, the defendant called 911 in response to finding her boyfriend, George Torres, deceased. Deputy Kayla Rodriguez, poor soul, in the Orange County Sheriff's Office, arrived on scene with her body cam activated. Upon arrival, and we may watch that again, upon arrival, Deputy Rodriguez spoke to the defendant and realized a death had occurred. Deputy Rodriguez advised the supervisors and secured the scene. Sometime later, homicide investigators Chelsea Connolly, aka Chelsea Copestill, and Scott Lowen arrived. These two investigators would ultimately be responsible for the homicide investigation and were involved in the interrogation of the defendant at the Orange County Sheriff's Office the next day. The defendant was ordered to remain on scene while the Orange County Sheriff's Office conducted their investigation. As ordered, the defendant stayed outside of her apartment for several hours until the investigation was complete. Number 5 is the key point here. Number 5 is the key point. The defendant was ordered to remain on scene. Now, by the way, it doesn't matter who you are. If there's a body unalived in your home, no matter how it became unalived, whether they had a heart attack or doesn't matter, you discovered that body. Even if you weren't there, even if you came in, say a coworker found the deceased, that is a standard thing to ask you to remain. It wasn't you will, it's we need you to, that kind of thing. At that point, it's just an inquiry. It's not an investigation into the individual as the perpetrator. At some point, the defendant was told to get into an unmarked vehicle with the Detective Copestill and Detective Lowen. Once inside, Detective Copestill recorded an interrogation with the defendant after particularly reading her Miranda rights omitted. Okay, first of all, have y'all seen that? Have y'all seen that video? Because I have not. Anybody? Good morning, Miss Kevin. We have some new people joining us today. Miss Kevin, have you ever seen that video with her in the back of the car? I don't think we've seen it. Detective. Okay. I would normally do a play on voice, but I think it's too early in the morning. We are doing good. Miss Kevin, should I do the voice switch or just read straight up? Detective, let me know. So obviously he received his Obviously he received his autopsy. That is the next day. This here is not in the vehicle. This here is next day in the actual interrogation room. Detective, so I'm going to read you your rights, and again, because we have to talk about that. Detective. Hello, Ronnie. You think it's audio only? Okay, I'd love to have it if we could find it. Hi, Lotus Spider 7. By the way, Lotus Spider, I have spiders. So here we go. Okay, and let's see. And we're not done talking about the incident. We just have to do it. Just like we did yesterday. Normal protocol. Detective, just like we did yesterday. Remember, I read you your rights. Yeah, it's the exact same thing, but since I'm asking you follow-up questions, I need to read them again to you, okay? So, oh my gosh, G14 classified. Anybody who can find that, I would love you. Put it in comments, please. So, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say anything you say may be used against you in court. You have the right to talk to a lawyer before and during questioning without charge. If you cannot afford a lawyer and want one will be provided for you before questioning without charge. Has anyone threatened you or promised you anything to get you to talk to me? Now, I'm going to pause here. It should say, do you understand what I've just said to you? Blah, 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 blah. And they didn't. And so the answer to that question was no. And do you understand what I just read you? Yes. Oh, that's not what I want. Oh, there it is. Every time you scroll or switch this thing, sorry, every time you scroll or switch, this thing switches. Okay, here we go. And you understand what I just read to you? Yes. Perfect. Okay. So this morning we went to the autopsy and we're informing some of the injuries he had by the doctor. Where? So he's got scratch marks on his back. Okay. So this is the thing. They're saying that this in bold, so you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and may be used against you in a court of law. If you have the right, now this is our version. You have the right to an attorney before, during, questioning without charge. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed to you. That's normally the way it reads here in Texas, something along that. Has anyone threatened you, promised you anything to get you to talk? And then she said no. Oh, wonderful. But the thing is, can I play that video from Grizzly True Crime? I don't like to use other people's stuff without their permission. It's just want to make sure that I respect their work. And you can understand that. But we'll look into it in a second. I want to see it. The detective read the defendant her Miranda rights correctly from the printed card of the OCSO. The defendant omitted the final question presented in the standardized Miranda card of the Orange County. Detective omitted the same Miranda right question that she omitted the day before. The omission of the final Miranda right question is, have these rights in mind? Do you wish to talk to us now? The defendant has yet to receive a true, accurate copy of the Miranda card from the Orange County. Upon information and belief, it would look something like this. Okay, wonderful. Miranda warning. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to talk to a lawyer and have him present with you while being in question. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to you to represent you before any questioning if you wish. You can decide at any time to exercise these rights and not answer any questions or make any statements. Waiver. Do you understand these rights I've explained to you? Having these rights in mind, do you wish to talk to us now? Based on all circumstances surrounding this interrogation, the defendant's statement was coerced and not freely and voluntarily given. The defendant did not freely and knowingly waive her rights. As such, the entire 2-hour video interrogation should be suppressed. And then we go into this. So, yeah, hello, I have a visitor. What? Has it frozen? Are you going to open that door, Sensei? Oh, get it, Sensei. My dog is trying to open the door. So we need to find that video. That would be great. So unfortunately, let me escape this so I can see the whole thing. So unfortunately, they're still barking on this tree. They are still going down this tree. So for me, I've watched the videos and I decided to do some digging. So I started looking at Miranda rights, just random states. We are looking for the Grizzly True Crime. We can use it on her playlist. The video in the car where Sarah Boone is being questioned. I have never seen that. So we're looking for that. But when I looked at the different versions of the Miranda rights, what this woman said, the investigator read right here: you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in court. You have the right to talk to a lawyer before entering questioning. You cannot afford a lawyer one can be provided for you before questioning without charge. Has anyone threatened you or promised you anything to get you to talk to me? Okay, if you, this is why I love American Sign Language versus English. If you were English, you're going to go word by word. You in sign language would go by the concept. The concepts of all of the ones. Oh, I appreciate you, G14 classified. By the way, so all of these have the same concept. None of the concepts are missing, including this. So that's where I believe this is okay. We've had a lawyer on here and they said it was fine. What was I going to? Oh, yes. Before I forgot to put this up. We are having a drawing. I'm trying to get to my 3,100 subscribers by Halloween. We are having a drawing for free Yeti. Not Yeti, excuse me. This is what happens when you don't wake up well. We are having a drawing for a Starbucks tumbler, hopefully Halloween-ish. If you don't like Halloween, then I'll get you whatever colors you like. So this is the motion that they're barking on. I'm so trying to get back in business. I appreciate it. So that to me is, he's throwing everything at the wall. And at this late date and age, I appreciate him for doing it. So the next document, and we'll talk more about this in a minute. The next document, fit on page. Oh, no. There we go. I'm just going to do it this way. It makes it easier. This was interesting. And the first time I read this, I was like, huh? But I get it now. So let's go through this. I'm going to go a little bit slow, but I'm going to, hey, Brett, nice to see y'all. We're going to get videos going in a minute because we're going to watch some more videos that we tried to watch yesterday. And we're just doing a video tour of the Sarah Boone case and a few documents. I apologize again to those who hopped on yesterday and I had to bolt. I started this. This is the document that I really wanted to go over because this is highly unusual, extremely unusual, to the point that I'm shocked. I'm looking at this. Let me see. Okay. State's request for protective order. And you're going, what? The state wants a protective order? How unusual is that? Very unusual. But once we go through this, you'll understand why. And if anybody has any comments, shoot, let's go. All right, I'm ready to read this. Comes now the state of Florida. By through the undersigned undersigned assistant state attorney and the state and alleges the follows. I need more coffee. The defendant, in her third amended witness list, has listed the following people as witnesses. Custodian of Records, OCOS, the State Attorney's Office. Why would they be putting on their witness list the defense, the Custodian of Records? Yeah. We're gonna get there. Domestic Violence Supervisor for the Office of the State Attorney's 9th Judicial Circuit County, Orange County. Hi, Dr. Bullbutter. We're going through this document. The Domestic Violence Supervisor for the Office of the State Attorney's 9th Judicial Circuit. So they're going to, first of all, the custodial of records is going to go to this problem that Sarah Boone, when she was acting as pro se and some of her attorneys have had issues getting documents. Boo-hoo. The domestic violence supervisor is going to be brought in because she is trying to claim domestic violence, and thus she is going to, oh my gosh, they are going to try to use her as a witness on their behalf to sit there and I guess for the lack of a better word, get them to be on her side based on the number of calls that she's had. The victim advocate supervisor for the Office of the State Attorney's Ninth Judicial Circuit Court. I don't understand that one. Custodial of records, I'm not sure about why. Maybe they'll go into it. The domestic violence supervisor, yeah, because they're trying to prove BSS. So we're good. I get that one. But why would you call them and not your own expert? The misdemeanor supervisor of the Office of the State Attorney, Ninth Judicial Court. Why? I'm not understanding why. So let's go read. Well, I do now, but let's go read. The state requests a protective order under the Florida Rule of Criminal Procedure 3.220 parentheses 1, because anything these witnesses could say about the defendant and the decedent would be protected by the work product privilege. Florida Rule of Criminal Procedure 3.220 parentheses G parentheses 1. Okay. Now, once again, I ran through this so fast yesterday. I did not get to dive in, and I did not get to really understand it. So I'm going to do that now. I'm just checking for messages for the video. When you work for an entity such as a governing agency or a business or whatever, but we're going to use this government agency here, it's requesting for anybody who works in the criminal, Attorney General's office. They do work for the Attorney General, okay? So any work that they produced is not necessarily free game. And they're trying to get this information to help Sarah Boone. Oh, thank you. By the way, y'all, if you sub, and also I need to fix this. If you become a member this month at any level, you get 10 more entries to the drawing added to the one for the sub. Under law and pretty much across the United States, you have documentation that's produced, i.e. maybe a police, let's say the coroner's report, okay? They may have that evidence. But anything I said about that in my report to the Attorney General's office, see, if I work for the Assistant Attorney General as one of his representatives, and he told me to make a report and file it, including the autopsy report, it's my opinion, it's my conclusions, it's what I understand. That report, in and of itself, is not to be shared to the defendant as a part of the evidence. Only the report from the coroner itself is evidence. I hope they go in and explain this. But if you want it, and it falls under the Freedom of Information Act, you have to file a request. It doesn't matter if you're an attorney, a defendant. You don't get to skip around that procedure and just walk up and say, give it to me. It's evidence. I think that's where we're heading now. Hey, if the defendant wants public, oh my gosh, here it is. If the defendant wants public records from the state attorney's office, she should do whatever everyone else, she should do what everyone else, not whatever, has to do. File a public record request. File the request, but you may not get it. But if you get a subpoena for it or make a demand for it under the evidentiary, that gives a little more weight, but you're asking for the wrong thing. Subject to the prosecutors and their staff to this type of discovery, their investigations would require disclosure. Man, I love it when I'm on the right track. And I'm not boasting, I just surprise myself sometimes. Of the work product and seriously impede criminal prosecutions. We believe the trial court was right the first time in denying the pretrial defense efforts to subpoena the two state attorneys and inquire into oral communication, sworn or otherwise, between them and the state witness. The oral and unrecorded statements of witnesses to the state attorney are privileged as work production and not subject to discovery. The oral and unrecorded statement of witnesses. Okay, now are you seeing where they're going? So the people up above that were listed, the custodian of records, well, I'm not sure. The domestic violence, someone may have called them and spoke to them about this case. A through D, that's what they're concerning. So it's about getting the recorded and unrecorded documents of witnesses. Interesting. The oral and unrecorded statements of witnesses to a state attorney are privileged as work product and not subject. So if I go, say for example, you are in a bitter dispute in a divorce over custodialship, and your spouse has had calls on them for alleged CPS abuses, and I'm a friend of yours, and I decide to go independently to the attorney. This is just one example. I independently decide to go to the attorney and ask to speak to them either personally or on the phone. And I share what I have seen or heard or my beliefs and all of that to help you, my friend. That is not considered appropriate communication for that attorney to divulge. Opinion work product involves a lawyer's impression, conclusions, opinions, and theories of the client's case. That's very understandable. It's not an actual fact-finding product. It's an opinion. It's a belief. The opinions work product is an absolute or nearly absolute privilege. Fact work products concerns what the attorney did and what she learned in her role as an attorney. So all the conversations she's had with people that were not under subpoena or under a order or not like a police report or all that is privileged. As the name suggests, fact work product is a factual information which pertains to this client's case, prepared or gathered in connection with therein. The fact work product is discoverable only if the parties seek this work product shows the court, one, the need for this fact work product to prepare a party's case, and two, that without undue hardship, the party is unable to obtain the substantial equivalent of this fact work product by other means. The need and hardship elements must be aligned in the motion to compel and establish the court's satisfaction at an adversarial hearing. The state is at a loss for what non-privileged testimony any of the people listed above could provide in this case. So they're saying you're subpoenaing people that really aren't relevant and don't have relevant information that they can legally share. Therefore, the state is requesting the court to enter protective order to prevent any employee of the state attorney's office, any employee of the state attorney's office, from being a witness in this case. Okay. I have to admit, he is definitely going in a very unusual way, trying to get documents in this case. He is definitely throwing everything from the house at this case. And in a way, I'm kind of impressed. Oh, Miss Kevin, that looks like so much fun. I do that to my monkey and she goes crazy. Oh, someone blowing bubbles. My monkey, Capuchin, loves bubbles. I need to go do that. I haven't done that in a while. I was thinking we had to do some. Oh, yes. I want to read something to y'all. I don't know anything about this attorney, and there is mixed views and opinions of this attorney. I get it, and it's okay. But I want to go back and see. I got to go back and get it. So James Owen was a public defender for, I think, 3 years before the election, being elected to that position, for years, being elected to the position. He's been reelected, but declined to go into private practice. So he was a public defender. He personally made the decision to go into private practice. He has taken defendants to over 100 jury verdicts. That's not too shabby. He came on board less than a month ago and is racing against time. While we all know that Sarah Boone is guilty, how can you not with the video evidence? She is entitled to the best defense that she can get, and he will give it to her. I'm trying to get to more. Okay. I could go to his website, but let me just say this. Some people aren't understanding his way of lawyering. And at first I was very like, but this man knew what he took on. But sometimes we know what we take on and realize when we get in there that it's worse of a muckery than we thought. So we have to scramble. And people are talking about closing down the practice and everything. Let me educate some of y'all on that. When he says I've closed down the practice, that means I'm not personally working on any other case. My office as a whole is solely focused on this case. Now, I had a husband that had $1 million 5-team lawyers for his case before he went to prison. And no, I didn't know he was committing the crime. I always have to preface that because some people ask. I did not know what he was doing, so I was oblivious to it. But that said, just a few weeks, 3 to 4, at 4 weeks, they start getting a little tighter into the case. At 3 weeks prior to his case, their office shut down and solely focused on his case. Now, they do have a group of paralegals. There are multiple lawyers on this team. They will have a few people on or at office who are there to answer phones and handle the small fires and deal with a lot of the minimal things that they can deal with. But the sole focus of any office just before trial is that trial, especially on a big case. Unless you are a law firm of 100 lawyers, or 20 lawyers or whatever, then you would be handling multiple cases. But the smaller law firms, 1 or 2, maybe 3, 4 lawyers, a lot of times, if they don't have another case that's going to trial that week, will close the practice. It is not unusual. I understand some people didn't understand that comment. They thought that it was unusual for someone to do that. It's not. It's not unusual at all. But he is letting people know that this is how serious we're taking this. We have closed down the work on all other cases unless it's something that comes up unexpected that has to be dealt with. I'm sure they would deal with it to the point that we are all in. He's saying we are all in. So please understand that it's not that crazy and unlikely for them to do that. Okay. I have showed this briefly before. I am going to show a video of the family of the victim speaking out. I think it's important to keep this in the forefront. Here we go. I think it's important. So let's listen to this.
Park, Florida. George Torres was zipped into his suitcase by his girlfriend. Why Sarah Boone did that? She says it was a game of hide and seek, but she's going to have to tell that to a jury. because she whipped out her phone afterwards and videotaped him begging for his life as he slowly suffocated. Up until now, his parents have not spoken, his family has not spoken, but tonight they are. I'm joined by the reporter who got that interview for us, News Nation national correspondent Alex Capriello. He joins me live. That trial is coming up July 4th, and you are hearing exclusively from the parents. What did they tell you about what they know about the case?
Yeah, it really dawned on me, Ashley, that there's been so much attention on Sarah Boone, so much focus on the bizarreness of this trial that perhaps no one has ever really taken time to speak to the Torres family. And it turns out my suspicions were correct. Within the 3 years since Sarah was arrested, they haven't spoken to any national or local media outlets, had the chance to say their side of the story. So we sat down at their kitchen table and they really just opened up to me all about who George was, what he meant to their family, and also, of course, his relationship with Sarah, which, by the way, they never approved of. But interestingly, Ashley, George's mother tells me that she has a great deal of sympathy for Sarah because if she is convicted, she'll never have the opportunity to raise her son like she did with her many children. Take a listen.
He was a good son. He wasn't perfect, but he was a good son. And every time that he come here, every time, he just stand in that wall and he said, Mom, I love you. Mom, I love you. I said, I know you love me. And they come and give me a hug. And then he look at his father and he said, Pop, you're my hero. You're my hero. He was a father. He was my son. He was an uncle. He was a cousin. And he was a friend. And he was a nephew. She don't kill only my son. I feel sad for her. I don't feel sorry. I feel sad. And I don't hate her. Really, I don't. I don't have that in my heart. I never hate nobody.
I'm good. How are you?
Gosh, so powerful to sit there with her as she explained more about her son. Interestingly, she said that she's never seen that cell phone video that shows
I would have to check
George
I'm at the
locked up in
shop. I
that
don't have
briefcase,
anything
or, I'm
here.
sorry, that suitcase. She
But
said
I'll
she
tell you
has
what,
no
I will
intention of
check
seeing
when I
it,
get home
but she will
tonight
be
and I'll
there
let
at
you
the
know.
trial seeking justice.
It's going to play at the trial. I hope they give her a big advance warning because it is hard for us to watch. And
When
I
is she
can't
leaving?
imagine a mother hearing her son begging like that.
Yeah, no.
You also spoke with George's brother, Ezekiel
Let me
Torres.
see
It
what
was
I
off
got.
camera. What does he think about
I may have a sample
what
that she
happened?
can take with her. How long is she going to be there?
Yeah, it was really a struggle for Ezekiel to talk about his older brother, George, because
Okay,
for so
let me see
long
what I got and I'll
during
call
this
you back.
relationship between George and Sarah, the family just
Appreciate it.
disapproved of it. They disapproved of Sarah. And so Ezekiel told me that when he saw Sarah and George walking toward him, he'd turn his back and walk away. And that now has led to an immense amount of regret
How
that
can
he
you
has.
hear
that
me?
he
I had it
didn't have a
muted.
chance to actually say goodbye to his
Did
brother.
you hear that
So
call?
he's certainly going to be at that trial. He wants to see a guilty conviction come down because he sees that as the only way that his brother and his family, who are just so heartbroken, can get justice.
He does.
Alex Capriello, a fantastic exclusive interview. Congratulations for landing that, and thank you for bringing it to us. I appreciate it. Alex Capriello.
I pushed the mute. So can you still hear me now? Hello? Can y'all hear me now? Test, test. Why is it not muting? I have mute. You can hear me? What is going on with my switcher? Okay, we'll fix that. We'll replay that all over again. My apologies. I also have a makeup company.
Because she whipped out her phone
I'm gonna
afterwards and
reboot my
videotaped
microphone,
him
so it'll
begging
be a
for
minute
his
before I
life
come
as he
back.
slowly suffocated. Up until now, his parents have not spoken. His family has not spoken, but tonight they are. I'm joined by the reporter who got that interview for us, News Nation national correspondent Alex Capriello. He joins me live. That trial is coming up July 4th, and you are hearing exclusively from the parents. What did they tell you about what they know about the case?
Yeah, it really dawned on me, Ashley, that there's been so much attention on Sarah Boone, so much focus on the
Can y'all
bizarreness
hear
of
me
this
now?
trial that perhaps no one has ever really taken time to speak to the Torres
Are you
family.
hearing me
And
through the
it turns out
camera?
my suspicions were correct. Within the 3 years since Sarah was arrested, they haven't spoken to any national or
Can
local
y'all hear
media
me
outlets,
now?
had the chance to say their side of the story. So we sat down at their kitchen table and they really just opened up to me all about who George was, what he meant to their family, and also, of course, his relationship with Sarah, which, by the way, they never approved of. But interestingly, Ashley, George's mother tells me that she
What?
has a great deal of sympathy for Sarah because if she is convicted,
What?
she'll never have the opportunity to raise her son like she did with her many children.
What is
Take a listen.
going on?
He was a good son. He wasn't perfect, but he was a good son. And every time that he come here, every time he just stand in that wall and he said, Mom, Mom,
Can y'all
I
hear me
love
now?
you. Mom, I love you. I said, I know you love me. And they come and give me a
Testing.
hug. And then he look at his father and he said, Pop,
That's never happened before.
you're my hero. You're my hero. He was a father.
Okay, I
You
changed
know, my
port.
son. He was an uncle.
Yeah, we're going to pause this and let me figure that out. No, I'm not meaning to talk over this video. I did pause. Holy Moses. Okay, we're going to play it. I won't talk. I won't have any noise, and then we'll figure that out later. That's a first. I've been doing this for 5 months, and that's never happened.
Yeah, it really dawned on me, Ashley, that there's been so much attention on Sarah Boone, so much focus on the bizarreness of this trial that perhaps no one has ever really taken time to speak to the Torres family. And it turns out my suspicions were correct. Within the 3 years since Sarah was arrested, they haven't spoken to any national or local media outlets, had the chance to say their side of the story. So we sat down at their kitchen table and they really just opened up to me all about who George was, what he meant to their family, and also, of course, his relationship with Sarah, which, by the way, they never approved of. But interestingly, Ashley, George's mother tells me that she has a great deal of sympathy for Sarah because if she is convicted, she'll never have the opportunity to raise her son like she did with her many children. Take a listen.
He was a good son. He wasn't perfect, but he was a good son. And every time that he come here, every time he just stand in that wall and he said, Mom, Mom, I love you. Mom, I love you. I said, I know you love me. And they come and give me a hug. And then
Breaking my
he
heart.
look at his father and he said, Pop, Pop, you're my hero. You're my hero. He was a father. He was my son. He was an uncle. He was a cousin. And he was a friend. And he was a nephew. She don't kill only my son. I feel sad for her. I don't feel sorry. I feel sad. And I don't hate her. Really, I don't. I don't have that in my heart. I never hate nobody.
Gosh, so powerful to sit there with her as she explained more about her son. Interestingly, she said that she's never seen that cell phone video that shows George locked up in that briefcase, or I'm sorry, that suitcase. She says she has no intention of seeing it, but she will be there at the trial seeking justice.
It's going to play at the trial. I hope they give her a big.
Oh my gosh, y'all, that is going to be absolutely horrible. Okay. Are y'all hearing me okay now? This was in July. I don't understand why this camera all of a sudden is picking up all this sound. It shouldn't be. So forgive me. I will have to go figure out the settings. But it was in July. Oh, this is where I want to go next. We were trying to get this yesterday and we couldn't get it up in time. So we're here now. This is the entire footage of the first time that she got arrested. I'm coming through. Yeah, the barefoot. I found the entire one. Not sure what that was this year. Can you hear me now? Test, test. Hello, G. Gordon. See, that's the problem. I have myself muted. It shows muted, so it's the camera. So when I'm going to start playing this video, and I'm going to go around back and try to fix this. So just wanted to share a little bit. This was when she was arrested as well, if I understand it correctly. She was arrested as well as her significant other.
George Torres Jr. was taken into custody
I'm going to
by
hop
the
off
Orange County
for a
Sheriff's
second, see if I
Department
can fix
for a
this. I'll
final
be here,
time.
just off screen.
He was released from jail on October the 18th, 2019. Approximately 4 months later, he would be found deceased in Sarah Boone's apartment home.
Who's this?
Lucas.
Lucas? Hi, Lucas.
He wanted to meet you. You know, actually tell him what you want to be when you grow up. Oh, please.
You want to be a cop? Great job, man. Stay out of trouble.
Thank you. Thanks, Mama. I'll call you later. Okay. But
That's your.
night till night, sir.
That's your.
I love you, baby head. Yes.
Oh, with your ex-husband?
Yes.
Okay. And this is where he lives?
Yes. Ooh, I can't see. You're going to my place?
Uh-huh.
123 Foxtrot, you know, check. The employees, you know what it says? It's right down the street.
Yeah.
I think it's going to hospital. I can't see the seatbelt.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Testing, testing.
If I just don't turn it on because we're right down the street.
That's your decision.
Well, I don't know how to do it otherwise. There's 20 credits on 55 of the service on Goldenrod.
If you want to wear it, you got to click it from this side and it buckles on that side. Stops it.
Oh, thank you.
Yep.
Charlie. 41 FM. Thank you for picking up 123 Echo Old Cheney and Sunrise. Anyone for 44 Old Cheney and Sunrise? 3125 Charlie, figure one two. So what do I do when we get there?
We're all going to go inside, aren't we?
Charlie said you're 97 behind him.
Who all lives here?
Sorry?
Who all lives at this apartment? Okay, you and your boyfriend?
About to get kicked out because you guys keep showing up, but you all always tell me when you all. But then the neighbors kind of keep complain. So, keep the kids, still kids, people will be very appreciative.
What way?
That's so he didn't go over the wall. Keep going. Around the corner. Not you. If you want, are you gonna park or just pull?
Well, I'm parking. We're all getting out. Where?
My blinking light from office.
That one right there?
I'm allowed to get out.
Yeah, I gotta let you out.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I was gonna act surprised.
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand what you said.
What's his name?
George,
Okay. Does he have a car?
I'm sorry?
Does he have a car?
No. That's my car right there. He does have my keys though.
Mm-hmm. You don't have a key? Well.
I'll see if he's even here, guys.
Testing.
Do you have both of these? That's everything down here.
Just, I can't get out of there.
You told me you're already getting kicked out.
No, I can't.
Is there a back door or a sliding door?
Yes.
You don't hear me?
You know, you,
Nope. You're good.
You go 10, 12, just let me know.
Testing. You don't hear me?
What's your plan if you did?
I'm gonna want to pop the doors.
How are you gonna get inside?
My ex-husband actually has a spare key.
Testing. Really? This is irritating. I'll have to deal with it later. Can you hear me now?
Everyone's open.
121 Alpha.
A little bit.
Hello, Adair. Can you hear me say that?
Number 2112.
What about there?
Testing. 1, 2. If you can hear me, I said bacon. Put bacon in the comment.
Number 2112. 124 Delta, 124 Charlie, you just said?
Oh,
2112.
locked on the back.
Oh, so he locked the back too.
You're the back lock.
Hey, well, you wanna call your ex-husband? You got a phone?
It's about the time.
Okay.
There's a target.
That's not to say she's not in the house.
Excuse me?
That's not to say that he's not in there just because the doors are locked.
I don't understand what you're trying to say. Do you think he's inside?
Yes.
Okay, well, we need a key so we can get inside and see if he's inside. That's what I'm getting at.
And if your phone's gonna die, there's a charger in back on the back side of the porch.
Oh yeah. Hey, if he's in the house, he's not coming to the door, but you have my spare key. I can't get in.
Yay!
If you could, there's no other way of me getting in my house. Unfortunately, can you please bring me the spare key? Yes, please. Out front. The front door and back door. I have no way of getting in.
That knocking is not helping my head any.
Where'd you live at?
Saying.
I'm sorry?
Is that you said that's your ex?
Yes,
He was just right time going around.
He'll be here in like
21 Charlie, Charlie
Perfect.
29.
Thank you so much.
no, thank you.
Is your this your three things here? Your ex-boyfriend? Is that correct?
This is my place.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. It's a simple question. Your boyfriend or ex-boyfriend?
I don't know what to call him.
Hey, but it's one or the other. It's a pretty easy one.
Yes.
Okay. Does
For
he not
3
have any
years.
weapons?
No.
Okay.
He was arrested last week for bad TV.
You guys actually want to take a picture of my ear? Do that.
Boy, I am installing an update, so if my sound goes away,
Saw he was arrested
sorry.
before. Was that on you also, like a month ago?
Yeah.
It was last week.
Here, look.
Mm-hmm.
120. Correction, 120 Bravo, 120 Charlie. That's why I called you wrong. And again, I was sleeping. 2115. He hates it when I sleep.
How much has he had to drink tonight?
Only God knows.
How much have you had to drink tonight?
2 drinks. And that was what, 4 hours ago?
Mm-hmm.
So what's the layout of the house? Is it both floors? Is it two? Is this part of your? Or is
Yeah.
that, sorry, so it's these 2 windows right there.
Yeah.
What kind of vehicle does he drive?
I guess you stay up here. I'm gonna go around back.
But I
No, right? No Heideke? Really? That's interesting. How? Now I have no sound on my microphone.
Oh, Lindsay. Thanks, Ronnie.
That's him.
y'all can have to sit. Y'all can open the door.
Oh, yeah, you're gonna stay outside till we can make sure nobody's inside.
I'll give it back. Thank you so much.
He's hanging out here.
I am. I'm not going in there.
Wasn't it?
No
Says his name's George.
There's no weapon.
Okay.
Testing.
That's Lucas's.
Oh, I know, but County 124.
It's not that
124 Charlie. I'm just telling them.
Thanks, sir.
You're welcome.
Can we get minimum traffic for building?
Are they making announcements?
Yep.
You guys don't have to do that.
Man,
Right.
we have a way to do things.
Okay.
Just let's
Thank
do our
you.
thing, okay?
She's such a pain in the ear.
Now open the door.
Wanna make announcements?
Yeah,
Office.
that's
Get in there.
exactly
Come on out.
Oh,
A little louder.
did he draw? Oh, it's a black.
Sheriff's office.
Oh, go ahead.
I was like,
Get in there. Come
what?
on out.
All right, Patty. You're okay.
There you go.
Okay, guys, listen, I'm sorry I'm fighting with my audio. Please forgive me. It's doing some cray-cray things. They are so over it. So you guys are hearing me. Now I'm going to mute it, and I'm going to give you a word if you please text it or type it in comments. Okay, if you heard what I said, type it in comments. I'm going to carry critters. Is that or culture? I can't read it, but we need to give her credit for this in the comments below. Okay, let's get going. Yes, I fixed it.
Okay, Sarah. George was hiding in the bathtub upstairs. Okay.
Hiding in the bathtub upstairs. chicken.
He gave me his side of things. I need you to
Yes,
give me your side
I
of things
fixed
in person right here. I know we kind of talked on the
Not
phone,
an
but I need you to
audio
tell me what
person.
happened tonight. So what happened?
Okay, pardon my language, because it's not me. I was called a cunt and a bitch.
Okay.
And I'm not a mother to my son.
I didn't know that was said, and I hope I don't get
Nonetheless, I was
demonetized.
sleeping before that.
Okay. So you're woken up to him calling you. So
No,
you're saying?
I thought that I'm like, feed the beast. Go outside and smoke a cigarette with him.
Okay.
Try to calm things down. Well, the whole time I was there saying nothing. Nothing. I was called names.
Okay. So you guys were smoking a cigarette, and he was calling you names, being verbally aggressive with you. Verbally abusive.
Before that, where I'm like, I don't want to get hit anymore. So I'm just going to go downstairs and smoke a cigarette with him to try to calm him down.
Okay. So you're saying, okay, I'm trying to get a timeline of things.
I
So
know.
start from the beginning and give me the timeline.
I was asleep.
I don't, not literal time, but in a reference of incidents, how they occurred tonight.
I was asleep, and again, he comes in and wakes me up.
He wakes you up. Okay.
He's out of sorts.
Okay.
So I'm trying to figure things out.
Okay.
Where it's like, don't make it worse. Just go downstairs with him. Because he gets mad at me because I go to sleep.
Okay.
I go downstairs, smoke a cigarette. The whole time I'm being belittled.
Okay.
Pardon me for saying talk shit about.
Mm-hmm. And then?
I walked off barefoot.
Okay, so when did he hit you? You said he hit you.
That was in the bedroom.
When? I just asked for a
When
timeline.
he woke me up.
Okay. He woke you up. By hitting you? Is that what you're telling me? Or what happened? I need you to tell me.
He kicked the door open. He's kicked the
You're
door
adding a lot of details that I need you to be very concise with.
Yes, sir.
When I'm telling you, I need a timeline of the events.
Yes.
How am I going to corroborate your story?
Okay, I want to talk about this because this is going to become important. First of all, yeah, I would have never looked in the bathtub. That's the first place you look. The bathtub, the closet's under the bed. Just saying. On one hand, he's getting very irritated with her because she is not very precise, but she is under the influence. Oh, I know, isn't she, though? She's the perfect girlfriend. Somebody you want to bring home to mama. Not. So, honestly, a lot of people don't get timelines very well because they're not used to that, and they don't always know what's important information and not. But she's been down this road before, so this is why I'm slightly confused. Just slightly. And the fact that he's having to guide and lead her to the extent that he is, to me, if I was a juror who didn't know anything, this would be very concerning.
Kicked the door open 4 times. The 4th time, I gave in. Okay?
All right. You're going to jail, Mija.
That's when I got punched in my
You
ear.
said it.
On the 4th time.
You said it. You're going to
Where I
jail.
was like, don't do it anymore. Just go downstairs. Go smoke a cigarette.
Okay.
And that's what I did.
Okay.
And then I walked off barefoot.
Okay. And on the phone, you told me that you attacked him as well.
I didn't attack him.
You said you exchanged, you had a physical altercation on the phone. That's what you told me.
I pulled him off of me.
He said he has marks because I was fighting for my life.
I was being honest with you.
Okay. So what happened? Because you didn't include any of that in there.
This is what happened.
But you didn't include any of that information in the story you just told me. So I'm trying to get a timeline of what happened.
Then I come downstairs.
So he kicks the door open.
4 times.
He kicks the door open 4 times.
See,
and then
she's
what?
growing this story.
And then what happens?
He's always talking about his kids. I'm,
what?
Pardon me for saying, a cunt and a bitch. And not a mother.
Okay.
I'm just trying to sleep.
Okay.
So, feed the beast. Go downstairs. That's after this.
So Why are you leaving that out? You're not telling me how that happened. Again, that's like the third time you've done
I
that.
don't know what you want me to tell you. He got on top of me and punched me in my
That's
ear.
what I want you to tell me.
Yes.
And that's, I've asked you like 4 or 5 times.
Okay, well, I didn't know you needed that specific.
You didn't even include it at all.
Me and ear. I saw white.
Okay, so he kicks the door open, jumps on top of you, punches you in the ear. Am I right? Or am I wrong?
No, you're right.
Okay. You're just sleeping in bed.
As I was last time. He doesn't like it when I sleep. I just try to avoid it, so I go to sleep.
Okay.
Do you see what I'm saying? I just would rather sleep. I'm always tired.
Well, why was he back here?
You tell me, and we'll both know.
Well, he's been here for days. No, he hasn't been here for days, and you guys haven't been getting along all fine and good.
He was here, what's today? Wednesday?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to say he was here on Monday. His bike is here. His clothes are here. Get what you have to get and go. He doesn't like it when I say that. That's why this happens.
1225 Mizell, apartment number 1.
It's not fair. Ask the neighbor down here. Ask that neighbor over here.
Okay.
Ask his boss.
Sarah, I'm asking you.
I'm telling
How come when he contacts you after you know he has a no contact order, why don't you call the police?
I don't want to get in trouble.
Why are you getting in trouble if he contacts you?
I got in trouble last time.
I love it.
One last
Oh,
time.
you getting in
my son
trouble,
to
boo
school
boo.
tomorrow.
Honey boo boo.
Mhm.
You's in trouble, honey boo boo.
Sleep in my
Sorry,
bed.
I can't. That was perfect. You getting in trouble.
It's not fair.
I gotta get someone. Anybody know how to make
Okay.
sound bites out of videos? I
Sarah,
want to talk to you because I can't.
I'm going to do my job. Don't worry about that. What I want to know is why you're not doing your part in all of this.
Because I'm afraid. I'm afraid.
So when he contacts you 3 days ago, why didn't you call the police? Knowing that he's not supposed to be contacting you. Why are you doing that?
I'm a dumbass.
I would love that.
His whole family despises me. I'm afraid
That has
of
nothing
his
to do with
family.
it.
Yes, it does.
Okay, but you called us tonight,
Congratulations,
Yes.
right?
on that.
Because that.
Okay.
There's so many things that he has done.
And you guys
for me.
you guys are going back and forth with each other. This has happened numerous times, but for some reason you guys still live together, right? You guys still are together.
Technically
He
doesn't
has a
live here.
restraining order.
He lives at his parents' house.
Okay.
No, he does not.
You're getting caught up in that. That's not the point I'm trying to make. Why are you feeding into an unhealthy relationship?
Sometimes
You
I'm
don't
not
have
sure
an
what I'm
answer.
supposed to do. I'm afraid of his family. My son can't come over here because he's here.
I know he doesn't live here.
He doesn't live here.
Then why? Okay.
He did previously. But since all of this has happened and I continue, I'm surprised my ex-husband even brought the key over. I
I'm
think he
surprised
wants
your
to do the same
ex-husband
thing
hadn't
where
got
it's
full
just
custody
get him
and had you
out.
admitted.
I want to see my son. It's not fair.
Okay. All right. Well, how much of the you're gonna fill out all the paperwork for me? All the domestic violence paperwork?
Like, have all this.
Is that a yes? I'm looking for a yes or no. It's a yes.
He's hiding in the back. I told you guys he was here. Yes.
All right, come over here.
Morning, 65 possible number of Parkfield Drive in Wawa. Email 30 years of age, racial, religious, sexual,
Just go to the front. I'll bring it to you.
I'm setting up my dream deck. Yay!
Because he's inside. Because he's inside. Well, this time you're writing it right there. So relax. Taking my word for what?
I'm gonna say this.
What?
Never think I'll call you out. Ever.
Okay.
Ooh, that.
Well, she's just sleeping around bed now.
I know, Brax. That's going to be awesome to see these enter into trial.
I can have my friend come over.
It's your house.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Gretchen, hey, welcome. I'm sorry, I didn't welcome you earlier. I've been having some technical
I'm
difficulties.
sorry. You don't want that book?
Oh, welcome, Adair. Welcome, Jay Bell. Thank you, Lindsay Bay. Thank you, Britt, Ronnie,
Yeah.
all of y'all. Thank you so much.
Hi, write your name.
I am having to read
What happened
tonight.
To include you being struck. I need all of the information.
Okay.
I will. Do that first. No. I'm good.
Okay, I'm just going to skim through all this because that paper stuff is killing me. There we go. These should make it in too.
Let's go to the front here. Let's go to the front.
Y'all hearing me okay? Now all of a sudden my sound looks low.
What we got? Sleeping on George restricted or
Testing. Why is my sound low all of a sudden? Testing. Weird.
Perfect. All right. Initial, sign.
You're in here?
Initial, sign. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Sign. Yep, right there.
Good to see you, Miss Kristen.
You got the whole thing?
Yeah. That's exactly what you told me over there. So thank you.
No.
Now hold on to the pen for a sec. You sign these. Victim confidentiality. I know you're gonna have another one. Sign here saying that your information will be confidential based on the Type of incident?
Never.
All right. Sign here. What you're saying is that if you develop some kind of hearing,
It gets worse.
yes, we can use that information.
Can I sign my middle name too?
Just however you normally sign. This one. Okay, Sarah Boone. All right. You said you've had one of these before?
Yeah.
Sure you got a couple? All right. If the injury worsens, side of your head swells up, anything like that, you want photographs of it, go to that address or call the phone number. All right. Somebody can take pictures. So you keep that. Since I'm not going to give you a booklet, that's going to be your case number, okay?
Yeah, I know.
Oh yeah, I know.
Oh, wait. That's not right.
So
It's
you
this one
are
here.
well aware of
This is the last one.
procedure.
No? Yes.
The one from last week.
Yeah, that's what that one is.
What?
That's the right one.
Yes, that's the right one. 79759.
So they're gonna call me tomorrow and say, "Hey, you need to show up for court." If I don't show up, do I get in trouble?
If you just explain the circumstances why you can't, then you won't get in trouble. That's for sure. So they'll just try and reschedule with the day that works for you.
Oh yeah, they're going to put a warrant
Do I
out
have
for
to
you.
go? I was
Just discuss with them on the phone. I'm not a lawyer. I can't tell you that. All right. So you are going to go stand by that car. I'm going to have them bring him down. He's going to get in here, and then you can go inside. Good?
I can go inside.
Well, after I bring him out and put him in my car. Found it. There we go. Take care. Yep.
Oh my gosh, now she's going to get all upset and concerned. Really?
Inside.
We do have a motion.
124 Charlie. Can you bring him down? Will you grab him shoes and a wallet and his phone if you want it? No. Just call us sooner next time. That's right. Yeah, I'll do that.
120 Charlie.
Wait for him once he gets in the car. Just hang out. Don't say anything to him. That car? Yeah, go ahead. I will. Thank you.
121. 121 or 121 also. And World Chain County Road 13 isn't verifying. Can you verify it this morning?
Colonial and County Road 13 will be on County Road 13 just north of Florida.
That works, whatever.
Oh, George. You already knew you were in trouble? So.
Let me do a quick search.
Yeah. Stand right here against that flag. He's going to pat you down.
Okay.
Make sure you ain't got no weapons on you, nothing like that.
You got no pockets in these shorts?
No, you got pockets.
Okay.
Okay.
Bear with me.
Go ahead.
All right.
Grab a seat.
You all right? Yeah.
Did he have a wallet or phone or anything like
I
that?
couldn't find it. Okay, you said he thought his cell phone was out.
Yeah, North Wallet Road.
I think my phone's somewhere in the house. It don't really matter.
I'll ask her. But, like the normal, the right way. How we wear seatbelts. I need to take a picture. If I give you a camera, will you take a picture for me?
Yeah.
Y'all, I'm kind of at a loss for words. I know, Brax. I'm so sorry. Probably so, Lindsay.
There, man.
When
He
you
doesn't have nothing in his
are
pocket, so
chatting,
they're
go to the
over the
very,
house.
very, very, very top, and show all chat or top.
Yeah, if you don't mind just taking that, I'm gonna roll.
Show all. It's on
And then I'll just meet up with you later.
I know. Exactly.
All right. Look, man. She's gonna keep getting you in trouble. You gotta stop coming around her. Right? Or no? You don't agree? That's up to you.
How have I jacked up my audio?
For weapons,
I am
trespass
having.
seen in Cyber Springs
I
Parkway.
didn't jack it up.
Near
Something
the Cyber
happened.
Springs
I don't know
subdivision,
what it
coming from
did.
the area. No one else seen or heard. Requested
Gain it
61.
up a little bit.
Shoot over team. We did get another call to send for Dean and Cray Ford.
Testing.
Hearing 3
Is that better?
gunshots. Nothing else seen or heard.
Testing. Is that better? Ronnie, I don't know what happened today. My mute wasn't muting, and I pushed mute, and you could hear everything I said. I just walked in with issues. So if this is better, I apologize for the inconvenience. Me sorry.
County 124 Delta.
124 Delta.
White male 1015. Back TV 51 BRC. Supervisor 26.
Yes, the audio is redacted. I apologize. We can't do anything about that. I am trying to get everything ready for the next day. Now here you are. Fine, thanks. I'm not an audio person. I do the best I can. I am learning on the fly.
Are you a cute girl?
Sorry.
I'm an ugly 42-year-old man.
Yeah, probably not going to work unless you got maybe a good-looking wife, girlfriend, or you got cash. Okay, that's okay. You're 0 for 2. You work at this radio station.
No, that's a fraud.
Well, now I know you're lying about the money, because if you don't work here, you're making money.
You're all 21 Charlie.
But I can tell you, tomorrow morning, 7:35 with Lynch and Taco. Blow a shot to win those tickets, no matter what you look like.
Delta Charlie.
Okay, we're gonna skim. I'm enjoying listening to this because I've not seen it all together, and it really gives a better understanding. So is this the thing all over again?
Why is that? You can't lock it from the outside?
Is this?
Orlando's Rock Station, WJRR. My name is no surprise, cute girls throughout history have tried to get stuff for free, including like free tickets, like Disturbed, making their way to the Amway Center on the 22nd of this month. Are you a cute girl?
I'm an ugly 42-year-old man.
Yeah, probably not going to work unless you got maybe a good-looking wife, girlfriend, or you got cash.
What?
Okay, that's okay. You're
What are they
you're
talking
0 for 2.
about?
You work at this radio station.
No, that's a fraud.
Well, now I know you're lying about the money, because if you don't work here, you're making money.
You're all 21 Charlie.
But I can tell you, tomorrow morning, 7:35 with Lynch and Taco. Blow a shot to win those tickets, no matter what you look like.
Delta Charlie.
That was interesting. Yeah, maybe the second one, body cam. Wow. Hello, Toxic. It's not quite afternoon here, but it is where you are. Welcome. Do we want to watch the second one or are we good? I got so much up on my screen. I don't know what. Let me go. Oh, let me go here. Okay, so we're going to go here.
57 hours. This is in reference to Orange County case number 20-017904.
This is what I was looking for, Ronnie. You were awesome. Love you,
out
Ronnie.
in front of 4748 France Lane, apartment number 3 in Winter Park, at the Tealwood Park Apartments. And also in the car with me is my partner,
Detective Scott Lowen.
and in the front seat is, can you state your name, ma'am?
Sarah Boone,
Okay, and your birthday?
10-10-77.
Okay. So,
Easy to remember.
Sarah, I know you have talked to some deputies. I know we had a very brief conversation, just to reiterate what you told that deputy. But like I was explaining, I would like to get a more further understanding of what happened last night and ask you more detailed questions. I am going to read you your rights, but it's just because that's how we do things. Okay. So you do have the right to remain silent. Okay. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. Anything you say may be used against you in court. You have the right to talk to a lawyer before and during questioning without charge. If you cannot afford a lawyer and want one can be provided for you before questioning without charge. Has anyone threatened you or promised you anything to get you to talk to me?
No.
Do you understand what I just read you?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
So last night you said that you and your boyfriend George were here at your residence and didn't really leave that day. You said that he went to the store to buy cigarettes.
Yes.
What time was that around? If you recall. Was it light out still, dark out?
Yes, it was light out
It
still.
was still light out. Okay. But he's the only person that left and he came back,
Yes.
I'm assuming? Okay.
It's right down the street.
It's down the street. Okay. And tell me what you guys were doing next. Like what was happening?
We had a bottle of wine. We painted, we drew, we did puzzles.
Do you remember what wine you guys were drinking?
It's Woodbridge Chardonnay.
Okay.
The bottles are in the trash.
Okay.
She like,
Chardonnay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
hopefully
And do you
y'all
remember
didn't hear
around
that.
like what time this was that you guys were sharing the bottle of wine, painting, doing puzzles?
I'm gonna say 4-ish.
Okay. And was this before he went to the store or after?
I'm sorry?
Had he already gotten home from the store at this point to buy the cigarettes?
Yes.
Okay. So it was around 4 p.m.
Ish.
that you realized, and you guys were doing
Puzzles and art,
okay,
listening to music, enjoying each other's company.
and all downstairs, upstairs. Where did you
Downstairs.
guys? Downstairs. Okay.
We usually sit on the back porch because we smoke. You're not allowed to smoke inside. So
Okay. And who was here last night? Was it just the two of you?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Okay. No one ever came over at any point?
No.
No. Okay.
We called his daughters on FaceTime.
Okay.
We were just literally just enjoying one another's company.
Okay. And you guys share the phone that you have,
Yes.
correct? Okay. And the phone's located in there, I think, in the
Yes.
kitchen area. Yeah. Okay. So tell me what happens next. You're painting. You guys are doing this puzzle together. You obviously finished the bottle of wine.
Yes.
Did you have 1 or 2 bottles of wine?
Well, we had one previously that was maybe not even half full.
Okay.
But then,
So you finished that one and then you had the full one.
yes.
Okay.
And sorry, what was the question?
Just what did you guys do next after the bottle of wine? Like after you
Well,
guys finished the wine?
We had the bottle of wine while we were doing our arts and crafts.
Mm-hmm.
And from there, we were puzzled out, we were painted out.
Mm-hmm.
So being silly, let's play hide and seek, which we have played before. Like, I don't know if you've opened the door on the top of the stairwell, like he and I have hidden in there before, like just having fun and enjoying each other's company.
Okay.
So, I mean, that's literally all it was. And then the suitcase is downstairs because I was telling you we were getting ready to do donations.
Mhm.
And because it's not a very good suitcase, what was the question? I'm sorry.
You were just explaining to me the night.
Oh, he decided to hide in there. So being silly, he and I were sitting there laughing at it, like with him in there. And then, so I didn't zip it up all the way, but I mean, enough to where his little fingers were out there and whatever. But
His little
still
fingers,
having
like
a
you're
good time
describing
and
a kid?
whatever. Then I guess I decided to go upstairs, and I don't know, I fell asleep. So I woke up this morning.
Correct. They thought it was an accidental homicide.
And again, thought he was downstairs on the laptop looking for a job, as he usually is. And then thought, where is he? Is he on the back porch? Is he in the bathroom? Like, where is he? And then I came to about the suitcase. So I opened the suitcase. I took him out, stretched him out, started to do CPR. Where air was coming out, and then like whatever gurgle.
I know. He treats him like a
So
kid,
I'm
though.
trying to do
He
CPR on
does.
him.
If you haven't listened to a lot of
Innovation.
I'm shaking him, trying to get him to come to, but I could tell by looking at him something was wrong. He's been losing his teeth lately and has been complaining about his chest hurts, which is why I keep trying to get him to go to the doctor, but because he nor I have a job or insurance, has been putting it off.
Mm-hmm.
So again, I didn't know what to do, so I called Brian, my ex-husband. I called him, he came over, just walked in and then walked out. I grabbed my phone and I called you guys. From there, here we are.
Okay. The first time you woke up this morning, did you look at your phone to see what time it was?
No. Okay. Most of the time, like, I'll wake up, But because he nor I have a job, I'll usually just lay in the bed for a little bit longer because the house is clean. There's nothing else that we can do. Me thinking he's on the laptop looking for jobs, I can't use a laptop. So most of the time I'll just stay in the bed and collect my thoughts and get ready for the day.
Why can't you use a laptop?
So do you have any idea what time you woke up that first time? What time it may have been? I don't know if you guys have.
I'm going to say 11 something. 11 something.
Okay.
Maybe.
Is that when you finally got up, or is that the first time you woke up?
No, that's the time that I decided to get up because I figured he was downstairs on the laptop. So let him look for jobs on the laptop, and then it usually I'll clean, he'll look for jobs, or vice versa, where I'll look for jobs and he'll clean.
Okay. So you think you got out of bed after 11 at some point?
Yes.
Okay. But we can't recall which time. Do you think you were up for like hours before that, or collecting your thoughts?
Brian, because I was supposed to have my son today to pick him up from school. Brian usually calls to make sure, hey, are you sure you're getting Lucas today? Because I've had job interviews.
Right.
Are you going to pick up Lucas? So after he called like maybe 3-4 times, maybe 5, I finally answered, and that's like.
Do you think you were sleeping and missed those calls?
No, I ignored them.
You ignored them
because he's notorious for blowing up my phone.
Okay.
But I understand why, because he's making sure that Lucas gets home.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
And to do whatever he needs to do day-wise so he can schedule around it.
Were you upstairs in your room at that time when you were ignoring those phone calls?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So we're not really sure what time you woke up initially, but you were upstairs collecting your thoughts. You figured he was on the laptop downstairs, so you were just getting ready for your day.
Yes.
You finally got out of bed at sometime after 11 a.m. And had gone downstairs.
Yes.
Okay.
Looking for him, and
couldn't find him. You looked outside, couldn't find him anywhere.
He wasn't in the bathroom. I was thinking maybe he's in the bathroom. But then I came to, and then the suitcase.
And then you called Brian.
Yes. He
told
came
him
over.
to come over.
Yes, he came over.
He lives down the road, right? Not very far. He came over, walked in, basically walked out. You called 911.
Yes, I had my phone in my hand. I just wanted to wait for him to get there because I didn't know what to do.
Right. Okay. And then we arrived.
Like, I couldn't, I don't know what happened. Like, I don't know what happened, but like my whole thing is the whole like teeth losing thing, and I don't know what happened. Like, I don't know what happened. I don't know what he and I were having an amazing time yesterday, like we normally do.
No arguments. No nothing. Okay.
And the thing with him though is, which is why we've been doing puzzles and artwork lately, is that he's been stressing about a job, of course, which we've talked about. So what I did was start
number 97.
So what I did was start having him do puzzles and artwork to keep his mind off of it.
Okay.
His ex-wife is all over him about sending money, which he can't do because he doesn't have a job.
Right.
So he was stressing about that. He's been stressing about the job. But that's why I started to buy puzzles and paint to get his mind off of them, which is what I don't know if you noticed on the wall in there, it's all of our artwork and stuff.
Okay.
So I don't know. I mean, music, art, and playing with the dogs, dancing around the room with the dogs. And then decided to play hide and seek. Because we're always trying to outdo each other on where we can hide the best.
How often do you guys play hide and seek?
Gosh, that was maybe the third time? Maybe.
Okay. Is it a more recent game you've gotten into, or 3 times the total in your relationship you're talking about?
Lately.
Because
again, like, we were puzzled out, but we painted already, so why not?
So you were downstairs hanging out. Do you remember around what time you guys started playing hide and seek?
Honestly, I don't.
Do you remember if it was dark out?
Yeah, it was dark.
Okay.
It was dark. But my thing is like when I spend time with him and I tried to get him to start doing it, I don't look at the clock.
Okay.
I'm here with him and we're
Mhm.
having a good time. I don't need to know what time it is.
Right. I didn't know if you were like on your phone, if you got a text message, if you got a phone call last night.
We called his daughters yesterday, FaceTime.
Right. What time was that at?
I don't know without looking at my phone.
Okay.
But ended up
Would that be the only activity that you had yesterday on your phone?
I called Lucas. I talked to Lucas. He's my son.
Okay.
I
At
always
night?
call him. Mhm.
Morning?
No, it was evening.
Evening? Okay.
But
I'm just trying to help you, like, remember something you did right before hide and seek that would help you remember a time or give us a good time frame, because that's important for us to know. You want to be able to tell the doctors that.
I don't know, to be honest with you.
Okay. So when you called Lucas, was it before or after hide and seek?
Before.
Okay. And when you called and FaceTime,
This is you can't make this up.
his daughters before or after hide and seek?
Before.
Okay. And did you call the daughters first and then Lucas, or Lucas first and then the daughters?
I know I
Which
talked
was
to
it, my dear?
Lucas, but then we talked to the daughters afterwards.
Okay. Okay.
And I don't remember if she called us. No, I know he called Cookie. But yes, we called her.
What are the two daughters' names, or just one? Did you say one
He
daughter?
has
or
3
two?
children. It's Anna, Cookie, what her real name is Destiny. And then he has a handicapped son, Georgie.
Okay. Who did you call though yesterday? Who did he call?
Cookie.
And what is Cookie's real name?
Destiny.
Does she have his last name or something else?
It's Torres. Because she remarried, but I don't know her last name.
Okay. Okay, so you know it's dark out, but you're not really sure what time it is. You play hide and seek. How long do you guys play hide and seek before he decides to get into the suitcase?
Really? Oh, that's
Wasn't-
awesome.
Approximate.
Wasn't really. I hid
That's
upstairs in the shower
Mm-hmm.
and then came downstairs because I was tired of hanging out in the shower.
Okay.
So that's when he was playing around in the suitcase. So
Okay.
because we both thought it was funny that,
Oh, yeah.
oh yeah, well, I'm going to zip you up. You didn't come look for me. So
What?
Again, it's a broken suitcase, but
Oh
What do you mean by
my
broken?
gosh.
it's only got one of these. But because I didn't
serious?
zip it up all the way, he was doing the
You mean it doesn't have like the pull part?
correct.
Okay, but it's
No,
got,
I think it's got a, what do you call it? A paper
It's-
clip.
okay. So the zipper to it is missing, like the actual zipper that attaches to it to help you open and close is missing, but you think a paper clip was on it instead?
There is a paper, I believe there's a paper clip on it because I know
Okay.
that the
And
last
that's
time.
what you used to like help assist you?
Well, or you can just stick your fingers in there and
Really?
Right, yeah.
I'm
yeah,
like,
you could
unzip
do
it
it.
yourself,
What
which
the
is why I
hell?
did not zip it up all the way.
Okay. So how much did you zip it up?
All the way?
I mean, I don't really know.
You said his his fingers were able to stick out?
Yeah, two fingers.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm figuring he'll get it. He'll get it. But then I wanted to go upstairs and waited for him, and eventually I guess I fell asleep. I had the dogs in the bed with me, was warm, and then fell asleep.
So you guys are joking. He's in there. You said you could see two of his fingers?
Yes.
And then like you just decided, okay, I'm gonna go upstairs now? Or
Because I figured he would get out and then go upstairs and have intimate relations like we normally do.
Mm-hmm.
But I fell asleep.
Okay.
And he never came upstairs. So again, I'm thinking he's downstairs on the laptop earlier today. And
That's
then
a picture I don't want in my head, y'all.
remembered.
Okay. So is this something that do you guys play hide and seek before you have sexual intercourse, or do you guys just play hide and seek because you're bored and you're just trying to pass time?
We were again puzzled out. Can't paint anymore. Even started to purge some of the art that's on the wall now. So
Oh, y'all, that'd be gross. Oh my gosh. Heck no, do I want that in my head. Oh my gosh. Let's see if y'all can hear this. I had to reprogram all my sound effects. I don't know what happened, but I'm having to redo everything. Y'all are so horrible, but I love it. Oh my gosh. Y'all, this is insanely stupid. Oh, no. No. Y'all, American Picker star Frank Fritz died at 60. We're saddened to share that our friend and beloved member of the History Channel American Picker family, Fred Fritz, my favorite, has passed away September 30th. Oh, man. He was, oh my. I went to their store in Tennessee. I've known, the co-star, Mike Wolf, said, I've known Frank for more than half my life. And what you see on TV has always been what I have seen. A dreamer, oh, I don't want to cry, who was just as sensitive as he was funny. Same off camera as he was on. Frank had a way of reaching the hearts of so many. Oh my gosh. How? I've been private the past few years about Frank's life and the journey he's been on, Wolf wrote. There's been a lot of opinions in regards to mine and Frank's friendship and the show, but now's not the time to set the record straight. Now's the time to pray for my friend. Oh my gosh. Oh, he had addictions. Oh. And Chris Christopherson died. What is it? This is bumming me out. Y'all, I am heartbroken. I'm sorry. I think she tells a little bit of truth in every lie. You have to watch her closely. All nurses, yeah. Wow, y'all. That's insane. Okay, so let's do some more research on Miss Sarah Boone. Oh. I'm trying to see some. I'm trying to figure it out who this is. I don't know. I can't play that. Yeah, Court T interviewed both Owens and Berkowitz. Okay. Hello, it's Brit. We saw the Berkowitz, but I've seen the individual one. Yep. Oh my gosh, this is just insane. Okay. So I really want to start looking at what to expect with what's going to happen early next week. The judge originally thought that they would be going into a hearing. I mean, getting a jury, going into jury selection, and receiving the jury as complete by the end of the day. Now they're saying, nope. Carrie Cultures, I want to thank you for the video we just played. Sad Pete Rose. Yeah, he did. So I'm anxious to see. I'm looking for the video, guys. I'm trying to is all the okay, I think the motions and everything will be heard tomorrow. There is a motion hearing. People are still concerned on whether or not I keep bouncing it to make sure I keep looking to see if anything else has been filed. That's why I'm looking over here. The only way I can perceive that this not going to a full trial is that they did not get the deposition for the witness that the prosecution needed to have. So we're in a situation right now that it looks like we are going full force ahead. Only with the exception that the prosecution did not get that deposition. So the deposition information, if that went and got done and everything's all hot, good, we're hot on the seat to go. Otherwise, if it didn't happen, we will have a delay, but I don't think it would be long. I think maybe a week. I kind of want to play this one more time because not everybody has seen it.
But 3 court-appointed attorneys who used to represent her went before a judge to get paid, telling the court what it was like to represent Sarah Boone.
Okay, this is what it was like to represent Sarah Boone. I think there's a lot of little glimpses in here.
Welcome back. In our spotlight this morning, some inside knowledge for you about what it's like to be one of Sarah Boone's attorneys. You know Sarah Boone, the defendant in the suitcase murder trial. Well, she's on her 9th lawyer right now, and so far, so good. But 3 court-appointed attorneys who used to represent her went before a judge to get paid, telling the court what it was like to represent Sarah Boone.
It was horrible.
Like previous counsel, spent an inordinate amount of time with Miss Boone. I spent over 20 hours during my period of time that I was representing her. I believe that for multiple reasons, the court can find that this case was extraordinary and unusual, and that it would be confiscatory to not pay me the flat fee.
And get this, one attorney even said he had to put up with Boone's gaslighting. How about that? Now, the judge granted payment of $15,000 for each of those attorneys who had not been paid, of course, plus some other fees. So hopefully everyone is receiving the compensation that is owed to them. And I've long said that all of those attorneys deserve a medal for tolerating her. That's just my opinion. And I want to bring in one of those attorneys who should get a medal right now. I want to welcome in attorney Frank Bankowitz. He was number 6 in the order that we've been counting, and we're so pleased to have him here alongside Court TV digital producer Lauren Silver, who's been digging in, researching this case for us, following all of the progression through the years. And we're so happy to dig in with you both this morning. So, Frank, let me start with you.
Guys, I hate to do this, But one of the trials that we're going to be covering is the one where the sheriff unalived the judge, and they actually have a motion here. They have a hearing today. And so we're going to watch that and then hop back because this is huge. And this is a trial I want to cover. So we're going to be watching and waiting for this. Those of you who don't know, um, Steins is a sheriff. He walked into the judge's chambers and then at some point unalived the judge in the chambers. Yeah, that is insane. I've heard that there were allegations of inappropriate behavior, forced intimate behavior under coercion and manipulation that was going on unknown to the judge, and possible this sheriff was involved. He was the sheriff, not a deputy, the sheriff. So that is getting ready to happen. As you can see there, that's live. I do want to cover this. We have other things we can jump to today as well. We don't have to stick with Sarah Boone. What mods do I have? Ronnie. Oh, I have something in Discord. Oh, not what I'm looking for. Is there anything that we've not covered that you think we need to? If so, let me know. Same with you guys. If y'all want to talk about something, cover something that I haven't discussed, or you want to discuss deeper, this is your show. I mean, I want y'all to be involved. He did resign. I did hear that. He resigned today. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. The only pony who can strip him of that because he's an elected official, I think is the mayor, and if the mayor doesn't, then the governor can. But he was going to be stripped or he would resign. He resigned and no longer holds that title. So after today, I will not be sharing that title with him because I don't think he deserves it. Also, I wanted to get your opinion on something, y'all. This girl's been busy. Look what I made. Tell me. I want your comment. Tell me. Do you like this? I decided somebody mentioned, and I don't know who it was, and if it was you, please let me know. Boone Tunes was mentioned yesterday, and this came into my mind. Starting from the upper left, we have the woman who's the first attorney, going down second, third, fourth, go back to the upper right, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, and at the bottom, the current attorney representing Miss Boone. When she is actually in trial, I will adjust and modify this and put Boone Tunes trial. What do y'all think? Is that something that you like? Do I need to change it? Am I in a good place with it or not? Volume is up. Everything is up. We're ready to go. And I thought I had a cartoon. Let me see. Are you hearing those sound effects? I have this. You know, like people are fighting. It's getting hot. We have I like the suspense. So we could be doing this as the judge is walking in, on the first day, and they're about ready to say something. Y'all have heard that. So I'm working on my sound effects. I used to have a bunch of sound effects, but y'all didn't happen. Did not happen. I forgot. I messed up my sound effects. I have to be careful with that. So I got to be careful. Copyright. There is a copyright that I have to be mindful of. Yeah, I know. I know. It sucks. I'm going to have to just wait on the sound thing because I messed it up. I'll have to deal with it later. I need to be focused. Yeah, we have some good stuff. But I really love this. That would be awesome. So, with this guy, we have an unexpected. I did not know this was going to be happening right now, which is okay. They are bringing him in. I want to know. I don't understand this. And I'm not, and I know some people are going to get mad at me for saying this, but how in the heck is that man supposed to run full force after he's the sheriff? They're supposed to be the epitome. And look at him. He seriously could not chase down a felon if he had to. He couldn't. I don't understand. Look at him. I understand that some people may think that's body shaming. I'm not body shaming in any way, shape, or form. I'm overweight. But I also know that there are limitations to what one can do when they are in his physical condition. I understand he's also a pencil pusher. He sits behind, yeah, I understand, Paula. He sits behind a desk. However, at the same time, they're supposed to be an example. And if he's sitting behind the desk, that's fine. But there are times where he has to react. He has to boogie his butt and move. Sorry. I'm going to need to pick up customers a little bit. So if the bell goes off, I'll leave this going. Yeah, I know, but they're supposed to look like these dudes here. I know they're all overweight. That's my point. I guess they don't believe in foot chases much anymore. But you know what? I had a guy on scene. I was on an accident scene. And this guy was a great guy. I really loved this guy. I loved his personality. He was a great deputy sheriff. We get along very well. Every time I see him, he's very respectful and he supports me in what I do as a chaplain. Some people don't believe in having chaplains. They don't believe in God. But anyway, he barely could give CPR for 2 minutes without wanting to switch. Now, he is 300 pounds almost. I'm not a small woman. But to get down on your knees and to be on your knees giving CPR, i.e. Sarah Boone's understanding of CPR, Sensei, stop. Down. 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 Thank you. Down. I need to get where your head is, beloved. Really? My dog's head was in my way. Thank you, baby girl. So he couldn't, it wasn't the upper body part. He couldn't stay on his knees. And he couldn't get up without help. And dude, if you're watching this, you know I'm talking about you. You know I love you. I'm worried about heart attack. I'm worried about their health as well. It's not just about what they can do, it's their health as well. Hi, Penny. Okay, Swan. Be careful with the wordage. You did good, but don't go any further. No. They have to get a physical, meaning they go to the doctor like you would if you were in football or band. The blood pressure, the diabetes, they go through that kind of check. But as far as being able to run on a treadmill for 10 minutes, no. Pew pew or lead shooter. I love the word lead shooter. It's very discriminatory. I mean, descriptive. You know. Oh, look at the sound and audio, dude. We like you. So lead shooter I use, and I use lead for the BUL blank blank T word. Um, some people use pew pew, but to me that smells pew pew. Phew, that was pew. So each to his own. Each to his own. Um, I really feel sorry for the family of the judge. I mean, you don't expect your spouse. Well, I mean, sometimes they think, okay, the worst that a criminal could come into the courtroom and or a victim uh, didn't agree with the judge, and you have that kind of a threat. Who would have thought that there would be a threat by the sheriff himself? Yeah, that to me is insane. I really think the sheriff. Oh, they're related, correct? The judge may have been the perpetrator. Like I said, I don't know. I'm just going by what I've heard. Can somebody put in comments what you think or what you've heard? Because I've heard about 3 different stories. But there was somebody who was a perpetrator, but it doesn't mean even if he was the perpetrator, doesn't mean he should be shot for it. I mean, come on. So the judge, you're telling me that the judge himself, oh, this arm's driving me crazy. The judge himself was forcing people to have or coercing, yeah, brother-in-laws. Oh my gosh. So you're saying that the judge himself was coercing, manipulating with using his power as a judge to sit there and force people into intimate acts in lieu of a going to trial and getting a guilty verdict? Are you kidding me? That's horrible, but it still doesn't mean he should be unalived. Just saying. Just saying. I don't know. That that's horrible. Now, that said, I'm still concerned. Very much so. Wow. Yeah, see, that's what I am. We're all going by rumors. All right, question. What county was this in? I need to find out. And the other thing, it could have been self-defense. Could have been. I'm looking up some information. And investors are trying to determine why a Kentucky sheriff allegedly unalived the district judge after they argued inside the judge's chambers. The Kevin Mullins, 54, was found at 3 p.m. Thursday. The lead shooter wound pronounced unalived at the Lecter County. That's what I need right there. The sheriff, Steins 43, whose role made him responsible for the judge's personal security, unalived Mullins after an argument inside the chambers. Preliminary police investigation revealed Steins is now facing first-degree murder. He turned himself in. I'm reading to see. The law enforcement has yet to release details about the argument. It was an isolated instance. September 25th was Stein's schedule for his first appearance, about 100 miles away. I'm just reading. What we know about Mullins and Steins. Okay, here we go. Mullins, a resident of Jackhorn, served as a district judge, Kentucky 47th District Court in Letcher County since being appointed in 2009 by the former governor. Before the appointment, he was assistant Commonwealth attorney. I'm trying to see if they say anything about the all right, the investigation into how the fatal unaliving unfolded. We know that there was an argument between the two that led up, but to what exactly transpired prior to the firing of the lead shooter are still unknown. This was earlier. Sheriff faces this. Here we go. Here we go. Sheriff faces lawsuit. Steins was deposed earlier this week in an ongoing. Let me just turn it this way so y'all can see me. There we go. Ongoing federal lawsuit involving a former deputy who coerced women to have intimate acts with him in Mullins' chambers. Okay, so it wasn't either one of them. Sabrina Atkins and Jennifer Hill filed suit against Steins and Deputy Benfield in 22, claiming the deputy said he would keep Atkins out of jail and on home release. What? Sorry. While avoiding paying fees associated to ankle monitoring in exchange for intimate acts. We don't know. We don't know. I am reading to find out more. Okay. Watch out for the word P. It could get me in trouble. Person who chases after people. Something like that. But we got to be careful with the P word.
Thank you, sir. You may be seated. I'm going to call the case of Commonwealth versus Sean Steins, 24F 147, on for preliminary hearing. Is the Commonwealth ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is the defense ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, call your first witness.
Commonwealth's Clayton Stamper.
All right, Mr. Stamper, if you would.
Real quick, guys, I will try and gain this up. Here's the thing. I found out. So Atkins allegedly met the woman after dark in the judge's chambers, telling her that he wanted to meet her there because there was no cameras. Apparently, The second person, so it's my understanding that they didn't know. Okay, let me play this. I'll be right back.
Raise your right hand for me. You swear affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir, I do.
Thank you. You may be seated.
You state your name correctly, please?
Clayton Stanford.
And how you spell your name?
ClaytonStamper.
Tell the court how you're employed.
I'm sorry.
How are you employed?
I'm a detective with the Kentucky State Police assigned to Post 13 Hazard.
How long have you been employed in that capacity?
I've been with KSP a little over 24 years, detective since 2006.
And have you, in the performance of your duties as detective with the State Police, have you investigated the death of Kevin Mullins?
Yes, sir, I did.
And can you tell us on what date that was?
It was September 19th, 2024.
In investigation of that death, were you able to determine who killed Kevin Mullins?
Yes.
And how were you able to do that?
What?
Video surveillance footage.
And did you retrieve that video surveillance footage?
I did.
I think that would be okay, case one.
Play video footage.
All right.
All right, I'll object. Approach.
Yes, approach the bench.
So I'm going to keep reading. Yeah, right. Good point. So while we're waiting, apparently, this is what happened. According to the complainant,
You
Atkins.
ready to proceed?
Never mind.
All right, go ahead.
Yes. Thank you, Trial TV Live. What the hell? What? I got to go back on that. Is he firing? What is he doing? Oh, that's the joke. Holy hell. Holy hell. I didn't mean to show that. Y'all, warning, warning, warning. Holy crap. That's the actual shooting. What? Oh. I'm freaking flabbergasted. Oh.
Is that a portion of the video?
Was that the wife?
And were you able to identify the parties we saw in that video?
That was Sheriff Mickey Steins and Judge Kevin Mullins.
And also, who had the firearm?
Sheriff Steins.
And then Judge was also in his black robe.
That disturbs me. And
Do you know what portion of the courthouse that is?
That is the judge.
Okay, guys, I got to regroup. Holy. That guy. Freaking frying hell. Guys, I've seen a lot of shit in my life. I've been through a lot. Give me a second, because I got to get myself under control. We're following this and this guy, frying hell. What he just, are you kidding me? Okay. One last time, because I can't handle more. Unalived, not dead, y'all. Please, I don't need to get in trouble. Not trying to be mean. Unalived, lead shooter. We'll all be good. There was no threat to him. He's still alive. He's been shot multiple times. He's still alive. Now, this is the life ending. You can see him moving. You could see him. Oh my gosh, he had multiple. He's like, whoa, dude. I can't handle the crying. I can't.
For us, what happened immediately prior to the clip that we saw?
Sheriff Steins uses his telephone to make some phone calls. He then borrows Judge Mullins' cell phone and appears to make a call on that. And that led to what you just saw.
Okay. So it's my understanding there were some people who were having a meeting with Judge Mullins prior to the sheriff's entry into the chambers. Is that correct?
Yes.
Have you identified those witnesses?
I don't know the names of them. There's about approximately 4 people in there. Then Sheriff Steins enters the judge's chambers and everybody else clears out.
You don't know their names?
Not right off, no.
Have you prepared a report?
In the process, yes.
You're in the process of preparing a report?
Yes, a lot of information.
But you've not spoken to any of those witnesses?
I've not directly, but they've all been interviewed. There's recorded interviews of those people in the case.
Okay, so other officers have spoken with those 4 witnesses?
Yes.
And what is your understanding of what those 4 witnesses have said?
I don't recall.
You have no idea what they said?
No.
I want to make sure I understand. Had there been a hearing previously this day in chambers?
In the courtroom?
No, in chambers.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And so there's a video camera that is running in the district judge's chambers. Is that on all the time?
It's my understanding, yes.
Have you spoken with anyone about why that may be?
No. I mean, there's cameras throughout the courthouse.
Well, fair enough, but are you familiar with district judges' chambers normally, how they're set up?
No. I mean, some of them have video surveillance and some don't.
Right, but
this one does.
Generally, when they have surveillance, you agree with me that that is utilized when there is a proceeding going on in chambers, correct?
It could be, yes.
Okay. And I'm just asking, so this video didn't have an audio recording to it, correct?
No, there's no audio.
Outside of once the four people that were inside, that we don't know their names, once these four people had left the chambers, were they in an area adjacent where they could hear anything that was going on?
Yes, I believe some of them.
Yeah, this was planned.
Okay. And what did they tell us?
Do what?
What did they hear?
I've not been part. I wasn't part of those interviews.
Okay, so if I'm understanding correctly, you're prepared for a preliminary hearing on a murder, and there are witnesses in an adjacent room.
I mean, they heard gunshots.
Can I put my question, please? Thank you, officer. So you are investigating a murder and testifying in a preliminary hearing, and there are witnesses who may have overheard what preceded this edited clip, yet you can't tell us today anything that they said?
I've not personally listened to those interviews. I've talked to the other officers that did those interviews.
Fair enough. And I mean, we're here at a preliminary hearing, as you know, that you can testify to hearsay. I'm asking you what they said.
They heard gunshots.
Okay. Was there any statements that they overheard?
No.
Were there raised voices?
There, one person stated that she didn't recognize him as being Judge Mullen's voice, but heard somebody say, "Help, help."
Presumably that will be after the firearm was drawn or shot.
Objection, Your Honor.
I will draw, Judge.
Withdraw.
Okay. So is there any testimony that you can give us today about any statements or arguments or the content of that argument prior to the shooting?
No.
I want to ask generally, so did you process the scene? Are you the lead investigator on this case?
I am.
Okay, so as a lead investigator, I would presume that you would have secured the chambers and evidence once you arrived.
I was part of that, yes.
You were part of it, right? But you're the lead investigator, so you'd be in charge of those duties and delegating what should be done. Is that
No.
fair?
No, I don't delegate what's done.
Okay, so you're the lead investigator. What does that mean?
I'm the case officer.
Okay, so you're carrying the case. So I want to make sure I understand, had Judge Mullins been removed from chambers when you arrived?
No.
Were you able to ascertain, did he have a firearm on his person?
We did not locate one.
You did not locate one?
No, there was not one in the chambers.
Okay. And there was none on his person?
No.
Okay. All right. Who was the first person to arrive on behalf of law enforcement to investigate?
They were already in the courthouse.
Fair enough, but I'm talking about in terms of people that we may see a report from or take part in this investigation. Who would be the first person?
I believe Trooper Jason Bates was the first KSP personnel on scene.
And you spoke with him, and
I did.
And he searched and did not locate a firearm?
No, he didn't search the scene. No.
You
His
just-
role
sure.
his role at that point was security of the scene.
I understand, but I'm just trying to ascertain, you said earlier that there's no firearm found.
No.
I'm wanting to know, can you tell us, was it specifically searched for a firearm?
In the judge's chambers?
Yes, sir.
There was myself, Detective Chris Collins, Detective Scott Caldwell.
Oh, thank you,
Eric
love.
Caldwell.
You were so awesome. Nah, I'm not gorgeous.
Sorry, right
You're
now.
gorgeous.
Okay, but I'm trying to understand. So who searched specifically for a firearm?
We all did.
And that was specifically something you looked for?
Yes.
Fair enough. Okay. Of course, your investigation, did you ascertain that prior in the day there had been a lunch meeting between Sheriff Stein and Judge Mullins?
There was.
Pardon?
There was.
Okay. Sorry, I couldn't hear your response. I wasn't being tried. So where did this take place?
It's a restaurant called Street Side, and it's just down the street from the courthouse.
Okay. And it's my understanding there were a couple of other people who attended the luncheon?
There were several, yes.
Okay. And at some point after that, they wrapped up lunch and left, obviously, and went back to the courthouse. Are you aware of anything so far in your investigation that would tell us there was any issues at lunch between Judge Mullins and Sheriff Stein?
No.
But someone on
Hey,
behalf
Ronnie,
of the KSB has spoken to
can you
those
start
witnesses?
trying to find documents? I'm trying,
There's nothing
but I'm getting
unusual
stuck.
that had arisen during that luncheon?
I was told that the judge made a statement to Mickey about, do we need to meet private in my chambers? That's all I was told.
Do you know the context of
I do
what
not.
the conversation was before that they would need to discuss in chambers?
I do not.
So it's my understanding that in the larger portion of the video that we haven't had access to, that there is a point when Sheriff Steins asked for to see the telephone of Judge Mullins.
Yes.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. And I would presume that you and the other officers you mentioned, when you secured the scene, that you secured those phones as well. Is that correct?
Yes.
And have you reviewed both of those phones?
They're currently at the forensic lab at this time being downloaded. I have had discussions with the people at the lab regarding the downloads.
And those are a couple of other questions that I was going to ask you, but my original question was, have you reviewed or are you aware of the content of the phones?
I've not personally seen it because I've not received those reports yet.
Okay, again, based upon your conversations with the officers, are you aware of any recent content that was up and could have been relevant at the time of their discussion?
I was told that Sheriff Steins had tried to call his daughter, and he had tried to call his daughter from the judge's phone also.
So have you obtained the phone records from Judge Mullins' phone?
I don't have those in my possession yet. No.
Okay. Have you issued a search
Yeah,
warrant for them?
Yes.
Okay. And have officers confirmed that the sheriff's daughter's phone number was on Judge Mullins' phone?
Oh, we're getting into it.
Okay.
So, yes.
So that number had been called from Judge Mullins' phone.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Uh-oh. Comfort break. I'm listening.
So we don't have a viewing of what transpired during that exchange of phones. But based upon your review of those moments prior to when Sheriff Steins observes that cell phone. Was he previously seated?
Yes.
Okay, so in the clip we saw, he was standing the entire time.
He was seated in front of the judge's desk.
And he looks at the cell phone. Can you describe his reaction in the video that we haven't seen?
Whose reaction?
Well, the sheriff.
You can't see his face in the video.
Okay. But does it appear to you that, let me rephrase this. Did he stand up after
Yes.
looking at the phone?
He stood up.
And how long after he looked at the cell phone and stood up did this occur that you played?
Just seconds.
Did you make the decision on edits today for what you were going to present? Did you make the edit or determine which portion of the video we were going to see today?
No, sir, I did not.
Both cell phones have been sent to the Kentucky State Police forensic team, is that correct?
Yes.
Have you gotten any early report on what was found?
No.
Were both phones still on the desk when you arrived?
The judge's phone was on the desk. Sheriff Stein's phone was on his person.
Okay. So are there photographs of, was the phone locked at that point or was it still open?
Both of you asking about both of them, or?
Well, first let's talk about, that's fair. First, I'm talking about Judge Mullins, since it was the one that was still on the desk and presumably nobody touched it prior to you securing it, correct?
No.
So, yeah, so would like to know about that. Have you ascertained what was currently open on that cell phone?
No, I don't know at this point, no.
You don't know?
No.
Do you think that will be important to learn?
I hope to learn that when the report's ready, yes.
But as of today, you can't tell us
No.
what was currently open on the judge's phone.
No, sir.
Did you conduct an interview with Sheriff Stein's daughter?
I did not, but she has been interviewed.
Are you aware of who was present when she was interviewed?
Lieutenant Randy Combs and Detective Anthony Trotter.
She was interviewed with or without her parent?
With.
So her parent was present at the time you interviewed her?
Yes, I believe. I wasn't there, but yes, I think so.
Law enforcement has not spoken to her without her parent present?
Not that I'm aware of.
Did the Kentucky State Police obtain her phone?
No.
You intend to obtain records for her cell phone number?
Possibly, yes.
Do you believe that will be soon that you'll do that?
Could be, yes.
Had you already intended to do that, or did you just respond to my question?
Well, the call should be on the judge's records too.
Well, I understand.
And she's made statements about what occurred during those conversations.
I understand that, but I would presume that, have you ascertained whether Judge Mullins also had apps that stand outside of phone records?
I've not received those records yet. I don't know what's on the phone.
Well, fair enough, but I mean, did you look at the phone? Did it appear there were apps on it?
I'm not the person that's qualified to look through the phone.
Okay, but you're familiar with cell phones. They can host other forms of communication. Yes, sir.
What's the objection?
He's asked the question about 4 or 5 different ways. The officers, the detective repeatedly said he does not have a report with phones. He's not looking at the phone. He can't testify that matter.
I'll let him ask the question, and what he can only testify what he has personal knowledge about.
Absolutely, yes, sir. Thank you.
Right.
So you're aware that phones can be used for apps such as Facebook.
Yes.
Okay. And that is not something that is captured by cell phone records. You would agree with me?
I agree.
Okay. So in light of that, although the records may be mutually the same, right, the same between Judge Mullins' phone and the sheriff's daughter, do you believe that you could also ascertain other information from the cell phone app content?
Are you asking what apps are on the phone?
Yes. Well, that was my original question.
I don't know
thought you would know.
I've not received that report yet. I don't know what apps he had downloaded on the phone.
If he has social media apps, do you intend to?
That could lead to additional search warrants, yes.
If you would, officer, please let me finish before you move forward, and I'll try to slow down a little bit as well, okay?
Sure.
Thank you, Trooper.
This is the judge that was unalived in his chambers by his sheriff.
Issues, personal.
We're taking a break for Boone because this popped up.
Judge Mullins.
I've heard things.
What have you heard?
Just that this regarding the lawsuit that the Letcher County Sheriff's Office is currently involved with.
Okay. The lawsuit that involved ultimately a criminal conviction of a deputy for sexual behavior in the judge's chambers. Is that the one you're referring to?
Yes.
Okay. And the subject matter of that lawsuit, the chambers area, that's the same chambers in which this occurred. Is that correct?
I'm not familiar with the details of that case that the lawsuit resulted from.
Okay. Are you aware of any criminal reports that Sheriff Steins had made of Judge Mullins prior to this day?
No.
Did you personally
2 months till
observe
Christmas.
Sheriff Steins following this video?
Did I personally observe him? What?
Did you meet with him? Did you talk to him after?
He was in custody when I arrived at the courthouse that afternoon.
And at some point, did you draw any observation by his demeanor?
He was mostly calm, I thought. I mean, I talked to him, but he didn't say nothing about why this had happened. But he was calm. He was kind of afraid that basically all he said was, "Treat me fair." That's basically the comments he made.
Okay. Did he also make a statement about, I didn't see it in the citation here, somewhere along the line I saw a statement being attributed to him about protecting his family?
I wasn't present, but when he was taken into custody, I was told by one of the other officers that were there that he made the comment, "They're trying to kidnap my wife and kid."
Have you ascertained any evidence that this shooting was pre-planned?
No, not at this time.
And would you agree that from what we've seen so far, from the evidence you've seen so far, the shooting was a reaction to what was on that cell phone in that moment? Is that accurate?
Objection, Your Honor. Also speculation outside of his civil expertise.
Your Honor, I believe that if he has formed an opinion about the investigation up to this point, especially at a preliminary hearing, he can speculate on that.
Or sustained.
Sure. So, is there anything other than the content of the phone, if this video will reveal to us about why this took place?
No.
Does it appear that this took place as a reaction to what was happening in the chambers at that point?
I can say it occurred after a phone call was made. I don't know what was said or nothing like that. But
Fair enough, and I'm not asking you the content of any of that, but at this point, is it your theory that whatever that content was in the discussion was the impetus of the shooting?
it could be, but I don't know that for a fact.
Okay. Do you have any evidence up until this point that you have developed that would demonstrate that it was not as a reaction to what was on the phone?
No.
None whatsoever?
No.
Okay. If I had just one moment for.
Sorry, guys. Ordered lunch.
Did you attempt to speak to Sheriff Steins at the Leslie County Jail after the incident?
Sensei, come here.
Did anyone from
Ice.
Your agency attempt to interview him?
Not to my knowledge, no.
And at that point, had he asserted his right to an attorney or anything?
No.
But nobody went back to try to talk to him or do an interview?
No.
Okay. I think I have one other question. In addition to cell phones that we discussed, the cell phone of Sheriff Steins and the cell phone that you found of Judge Lawrence, were there additional phones that you were able to obtain?
There was one other phone that's currently being examined, and the basic reason it was seized was there was a text conversation between Sheriff Steins and some of his employees with the sheriff's office.
Okay, and that was an additional phone of Sheriff Steins?
It was a phone of, I guess she's the, I don't know what her title is, but she's employed. She's not sworn. She's employed by the Letcher County Sheriff's Office. And she voluntarily gave her phone.
It's a wee bit of
to the person that
accounting.
interviewed her.
Okay, and just out of curiosity, what
Feels good on my back.
explain why that was relevant or germane to your investigation?
I didn't
Makes
conduct
me
that interview.
straight
but
up
it
not
was,
slouch.
I guess it was regarding the dinner at Streetside and things that led up to the shooting. But I don't have those results either, so I don't know exactly what was said.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I thought when we discussed that earlier that you indicated there was no evidence that the conversations at the lunch.
I haven't seen those conversations yet. I've not received the downloads from the phone.
Right, but I asked you if you're aware of any information that could have been gleaned from witnesses at that meeting. And as I recall, you said no, but there is some information that something was discussed at this lunch. Is that correct?
I don't know what was discussed at lunch.
I understand, but you obtained this lady that we don't know her name. You obtained her phone in an effort or based on a belief that she would be able to demonstrate what was said at lunch. So you would agree with me, you believe that there is a witness or information that may have popped up at lunch?
There's a recorded interview with her in the case, and I'm yet to receive the downloads of the phone, so I don't know what they contain.
Okay. Has that phone been sent to the
It is.
forensic examination as well?
Yes.
Thank you. Also, that's all I have. Thank you.
Redirect. Question. Has Judge Mullins, he sent to medical examiner's office for autopsy?
He was.
Have you received that report yet?
No.
Have you had an informal conversation with him regarding his cause of death?
Yes.
And what was that?
Multiple gunshot wounds.
The video we showed earlier, that a true and accurate clip copy of what you received?
Yes.
Ultimately, introduced cause of exhibit 1, Your Honor.
Any objection?
Right, I'd ask, of course, all we saw today was the clip, but I asked it be admitted in its entirety.
You want to respond to that?
Did not know. I don't think preliminary hearings required, of course, probable cause. This is statute probable cause. I think the entire clip is outside the purview of these proceedings today.
Yeah, I think if you're going to want to see the whole video, you should have objected earlier. I'll admit the short clip. Yeah. I have the clerk enter that as exhibit number 1.
And Detective, is this an ongoing investigation?
Yes, it is.
And as this ongoing investigation proceeds, you will be also interviewing more people if necessary, submitting more evidence to the lab?
Yes.
That's all I have.
All right. Any other witnesses for the Commonwealth?
No,
all right. You may step down. Any witnesses for the defendant? I'll find probable cause and bind this case over the grand jury. Anything else? Anything else?
Wow.
There's no, we're not allowed to sum up, Judge, what.
Oh, if you want to make an argument, sure.
It seems like I may change your mind, Judge.
It is a probable cause hearing, so, but yes.
I understand.
Take your best shot.
Ooh.
So, murder under our statute, as the court knows, and I'm not telling you anything you don't know, but if there is an issue as to extreme emotional disturbance, then there has to be some evidence that would rebut that. And specifically, when I asked the witness today if there was any evidence to rebut that this occurred as a direct result in the moment of this observation, they have none at this point. And I get it's just probable cause, but I think they've established probable cause for manslaughter first, but not murder. Because I've heard nothing that indicates that this is not, an example of an extreme emotional disturbance relative to the filing. At any rate, Judge, respectfully, I understand the court's previous ruling, but I did want to address that with you.
No, that's fine. Let the Commonwealth respond.
Thank you, Your Honor. Extreme emotional disturbance is a defense. There's not been a defense presented here to this court today. The evidence presented to this court today is that the judge was intentionally shot and killed, shot multiple times by the sheriff, and there's probable cause.
Whoa. That video.
Yeah, I agree.
Oh my God, that got me.
All right.
That video
anything else
was
before we
too
adjourn court today?
freaking much.
In terms of, we'd like to discuss, if we could, lodging from here where he's transported. Is it the court's intention to have him take, and I don't want to discuss that potentially publicly, Your Honor?
I'm not sure I can make that, help you on that.
Yes, Your Honor. So,
I mean, we could, you're welcome to staff court and discuss that, but I'm not sure I can tell the.
yes, Your Honor. So the transport order that was entered that will direct Sheriff Steins to go back to where he came from, Judge, is that fair?
Let's adjourn court and we'll talk about that.
Yes, sir.
I don't know that I can change where he's going to be at.
I'm sure. Yes, sir.
We can discuss it. All right.
Thanks, sir.
All right. Court's adjourned.
Yes, sir.
Wow. Oh my gosh, y'all. I feel so sorry for the family. I don't think she's even in there anymore, is she? Yes, she is. Is Mama in there? I don't think Mama's in there. I think she left. The wife. Oh, just absolute, utter devastation. They should have warned her. And I guess this woman here is maybe these people. No, I think she's right there. Yeah, she's still in there. There she is. I think that's the wife of the judge or the wife of the defendant. I can't tell which. The lady here is your victim's advocacy person, I believe. The way she's behaving. But I don't know. So, yeah, I think this is. Oh, wow, y'all. This is horrible. Now, do you know what? I don't care what the argument was about. That guy is a son of a beep, and he does not even deserve. Does not. What he did was. Okay, this is the sheriff's family because that's his attorney. Is that the same guy? I've got to scoot back and figure it out. Give me a minute.
Dinner at street and things that. So.
Trying to find the attorneys. I don't want to see that. So this is brutal, y'all. This is insane. Yeah, I'm going to be. Let me play this.
But I think they've established probable cause for manslaughter first, but not murder. Because I've heard.
Okay, so I believe that I got to see the face. Wife on both families. These families, the spouses and the children of both families. This is the prosecution, so this must be the wife. There is his attorney speaking with him. This is going to be very hard for me to stay impartial, and I don't know if I want to. This was freaking insane. Okay, Julie, let's talk about that because she wasn't in custody. Custody, you're not in the front seat. Custody, you get your butt in the back seat. And I don't know. I'm a little bit still overwhelmed at what I just saw. I gotta, my glasses are not cleaning up and I gotta figure out where my glass cloth is. The frustration and oh, I know where one is. Got so many things. Nope, it ain't on there anymore. Forget it. The sad thing is that the wife of this and the family of this jerk, I could go off. They are innocent in this too. But what's going to happen is everybody's going to take out all their frustrations and they're going to take everything out on them. And they're going to become guilty by association. I know I'm trying to get my glasses clean. There we go. I got to get a clean later. But what's going to happen is, unfortunately, the family of this jackass is going to be considered guilty by association. Oh, yeah, everybody knows. So this is the victim's family right here. And that was brutal. And I'm pissed that she was not warned that video was going to be shown. This is a victim's advocacy woman. Her job is to take care of the family, to advocate for them in any way. Doesn't matter if the judge was a jack A or not. It doesn't matter. What happened to him is freaking insane. We're going to watch that one more time because I can't believe what I just saw.
Over 20 information.
Warning. If you can't handle this, turn away. Matt? Let me just text him. I know he doesn't like me hollering at him. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, son. Can you please come here? I want to show you this for a second. This, to me, it baffles me that this man felt the need to unalive a judge was a solution. Can you come stand right here? I want you to see what this jackass sheriff, this is the sheriff, did to the judge. You can't hear it.
Which is the sheriff?
Hold on. It's going to be on this video.
Oh.
It's a security camera in the judge's quarters. They're going to zoom in. He's holding the gun. One shot. He comes around.
You're talking about the sheriff? Yeah.
One shot. This just shot. 2. He's been hit twice.
Mm-hmm.
And he comes around and you can see he's moving. 3. He's dead.
Yeah.
No, this just launched right now. You couldn't have seen it. Or did you watch it here?
I watched it on TikTok.
That's on TikTok before it even goes to case?
It's probably on TikTok the same time you saw it.
Oh. Okay. And the poor wailing of the wife just got me. Guys, no reason. Now, there is a good possibility it was. That is a possibility that did happen. I don't know the details of this case yet. But there are ways to handle this. And for this to happen is unbelievable. Okay, guys, I'm going to get my lunch and take a comfort break. Be right back. Everybody, stretch your legs. We back, y'all. Sorry about that. Our lunch came. Okay, let's see what y'all were saying. Case, why am I doing this?
Last packet.
Okay, thank you. That's good enough. I need to go buy some ketchup. Case 1, is that the situation? That's what we've heard, but we're not real versed in this case. We are learning everything at the same time you're learning it, okay? Okay, we'll have that on. We need to put that on the schedule. Case 1, making sense, but yeah, there are other ways. I hope, I don't know. Human life is too complex at times. I like your neutral status. Thank you. I'm trying to be neutral. This makes it hard to be neutral. I don't have any. I'm a victim. I'm a survivor. No, I'm not a survivor. I'm an overcomer. And as horrible as it is, I still say what they did was not equal. Now, excuse me, I'm going to do this. The wrapper's going to go. Had he done to the, y'all, I'm about to lose my crap today. I'm pretty shaken by this. Had he done to the judge what was done to the child, I might be agreeing with you on that a little bit. But this is absolutely insane. Children, yeah. I mean, if you're going to unalive him, at least don't do it in his chambers, for crying out loud. Y'all, I am floored. Absolutely floored. Okay, we're going to watch this. Oh, nope.
Reports that were
I want to cover the P. Diddy. But the problem with that case is that, number one, they're not going to have it because of the being a federal. They're not going to have it live, which is very difficult. Where did you get that video? Something tells me that this judge has some inappropriate conduct and the sheriff's daughter or something. There's more to, there's definitely a lot more to this story. I'm reserving my right to have my opinion. You have a right to your opinion. Definitely have a right to your opinion. I'm just saying, wow, you know. See, that's the thing. There was no attempt in bringing that judge to justice. Right. I have no doubt, and I'm not upset per se that a father wants to defend his child above all. But if you're standing here today alive, you are an overcomer. You are an overcomer. If you are here today and you are breathing air, you are an overcomer.
Jennifer Lopez, Misa Hilton.
Disgraced hip-hop legend Sean Diddy Combs continues to make headlines in the wake of his sex trafficking arrest 2 weeks ago. Since his arrest
Okay,
in
I'm going to expand this. We're going to listen to this. Here we go.
New York City,
While I
more
take a
accusers
bite
have come
or
forward
two.
alleging the Bad Boy founder sexually assaulted them. But a law firm in Texas says they have more alleged victims in the triple-digit numbers. Houston-based firm, the Busby Law Firm, claims more than 100 people have come forward with allegations they were sexually assaulted by Diddy and his associates. Attorney Tony Busby of Busby Law Firm made the claim last week on his firm's Instagram page. According to Busby, the acts allegedly took place at hotels, private homes, and at Diddy's freak-off parties. The freak-offs have been at the center of the government's case against the mogul. According to Diddy's federal indictment, the sex acts known as freak-offs went on for hours and even days, and Diddy allegedly produced, directed, and recorded the encounters for his own pleasure. The freak-offs allegedly involved multiple sex workers and often involved drugs, including ketamine, ecstasy, and GHB, which, according to prosecutors, Diddy distributed to the victims to keep them obedient and compliant. According to the indictment, the freak-offs often occurred in hotels, and Diddy and members of his staff facilitated the freak-offs by booking the hotel rooms and stocking them with supplies, including drugs, baby oil, lubricant, extra linens, and lighting. According to the indictment, the Bad Boy founder allegedly threatened victims' careers and livelihoods if they resisted participating in the freak-offs. After federal agents raided his homes in March, they recovered items including baby oil, lubricant, AR-15s with defaced serial numbers, and drugs. According to court documents, members of Diddy's entourage often carried guns, and the producer allegedly used a firearm to intimidate and threaten others, including victims and witnesses to his abuse. According to attorney Tony Busby, the individuals they are representing, which include men and women, many were minors when the abuse occurred. In his statement, Busby wrote, "Some of these brave individuals reported the incidents to police, others did not. While at this time we don't know the full extent of the claims," Busby went on to write, "each individual story is gut-wrenching and heartbreaking." He wrote, "The violations against this group of individuals are mind-boggling and can only be described as debauchery and depravity exacted by powerful people against minors and the weak." Initially, when Busby first came forward with the sexual assault claims against Diddy and his associates, he said his firm was representing more than 50 people, but that number has since doubled when his law firm encouraged other victims to come forward. At this time, Busby has yet to file a formal lawsuit on behalf of more than the 100 alleged victims. The embattled producer, even though locked up, still faces nearly a dozen lawsuits already, most recently from another woman in Harris County who accused Diddy and his bodyguard of drugging, raping her, and recording the assault in 2001 when she was 25 years old. Talia Graves claimed she was dating an employee of Diddy's at the time, and he leveraged that relationship to isolate her. She said she learned Diddy recorded the crime and shared it to others to degrade and humiliate her. That lawsuit came a week after Diddy was indicted on charges of racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking, and transportation to engage in prostitution. Since his arrest, the hip-hop producer has denied any and all wrongdoing and has pleaded not guilty to the crimes. But 2 federal judges have since denied his bail, and he'll remain in federal detention until his trial. This is a great time to bring on Texas-based criminal defense attorney Bridget Williams. Bridget, always so great to see you. Now, a law firm in Houston says more than 100 people have come forward to them with allegations of sexual assault against Diddy and his associates. What's your reaction, especially given that huge number?
It is such a huge number of women and people who are stating that they were sexually assaulted. So it's a massive amount of people. My first thoughts are whenever a federal crime is brought against a person, it's not because the federal government has a minute amount of information. They have an overwhelming amount of information to present against this person. There's probably been years of investigatory work that has gone into place in order to bring these indictment charges. An indictment brings just knowledge to the person. The purpose of an indictment is to notify the person of what they are being charged. So they don't have to lay out all the evidence in an indictment. The sole purpose is just to notify of what they are being charged with. So with that being said,
Rhonda, can you please
as
find me
time
that video?
progresses, I just expect
Possible.
more and more evidence
If you have time.
to come to the surface. So we've seen some things already, but I can only imagine what else will be coming to the surface as this progresses.
And we do just want to kind of clarify that the alleged victims that have come forward are not a part of the federal indictment. Now, the firm also claims that many of the alleged victims were minors when the assault occurred. What are your thoughts on that?
It's definitely heartbreaking to hear that individuals who were minors, they had this happen to them. It's heartbreaking to have any person, an adult or a minor, to state that this is what happened to them on a sexual assault matter. When we think of it from a legal standpoint, though, we have the statute of limitations here in Texas for sexual assault varies from a criminal offense and from a civil standpoint. So on a criminal side, an individual who states that they've been sexually assaulted as a minor, they do not have a statute of limitations to bring forth a criminal case. So at any time, they can bring forth a criminal case of sexual assault. However, on the civil side, when we're talking about a civil case, then if the offense happened when they were a minor, then they have 30 years to bring forth a civil suit against the person who they are saying that caused the sexual assault case.
And there's always this debate of why victims don't come forward when things happen to them. But looking back on these lawsuits that Diddy is facing, there seems to be this pattern of intimidation from Diddy. Do you think that attributed to them being the alleged victims in this case, not wanting to come forward before his arrest last week or 2 weeks ago?
Absolutely. I think that is always a key factor when we talk about alleged victims in sexual assault cases.
Okay. Y'all want me to give my simple answer from someone who survived ST, SA, RA blank blank? You have no idea what I've survived. But I will tell you, I can answer a lot of those questions from the victim standpoint. I appreciate lawyers and people advocating for victims. Don't have a problem with it. I know exactly what that baby oil was for and the quantity of the baby oil. I do. If you become a member and you want to go on the members only live that I have once a month, which will be having, I think this Saturday. I'll be happy to explain it because it's a non-monetized and it's a private. My membership started $1. We are giving away we're giving away a Starbucks tumbler on Halloween, and I'm trying to reach my 3,100 subscriptions. But I say that because the only place I can really talk about it is in that avenue. I can't talk about it here. But victims normally don't, unless they feel safety, and a lot of times it's safety in numbers, which is where we are here. We have a safety in numbers in this situation because there's so many of them coming up. They know that they have a better chance of being believed. When you have somebody as famous as this guy, I don't like his name, P. Diddy. I don't understand it. But anyway, when you have safety in numbers, when you have somebody like him and you come forward alone and nobody else has come forward, it's easier to not be believed, and it's easier for the intimidation, and it's easier to have that person pay somebody to come after you. It's just so much easier when there's others to come forward with. The interesting thing is what they're going to have to do is there are some people who know him and may have been at gatherings with him and may have danced and been a little bit frisky and all of that will hop on this boat as a victim in hopes of making a lot of money. Because everybody named as a victim can sue him and sue him well. Millions per person if he's convicted. And he does have the estate to provide money. So what they're going to have to do is weed through all of these people and see what stories are lining up, and because if they're very similar, most likely, I'm not saying that there are people who are different in their complaint didn't happen, but what I'm saying is they're going to have to be careful and weed it out, because once people start jumping on this money train, it gets bigger. Yes, and that's not unusual. Not at all. What concerns me is that there have been other famous people that one or two people allege something happened, and by the time you get to trial, there's 150, 200 of them, and in reality, there was only maybe 4. But it doesn't matter. If he did it to one, that's bad enough. In his case, we know he did it to a lot of people, and that, to me, is horrendous. I was not going to cover this case, but my daughter asked me. A lot of her friends, a lot of the young people are wanting this case covered, even though we're not going to be able to hear or witness the trial themselves, because it's a federal case. That said, because of her request, I am entertaining the thought. I did explain that as an overcomer, I don't like survivor. As an overcomer and one who has survived it all, I know my personal limits. So I will attempt to cover this case, just like with the sheriff case. It is hard sometimes to stay impartial. And for me, that's important for this channel. I play devil's advocate all the time. But the lies to make a buck or two for fame, it is, and they will. And a lot of them are addicts. A lot of them are looking for money. Right. And then you have this. There are also many involved in this, and they don't want to expose them. How do I put this? It will come out in court about the, but you'll come out in court, especially about the baby oil. Everybody's so fixated on the baby oil. Yeah, it was a lot. But I will, in my members only live, give you a video example. It's not to the point that I can't show you, but they use a lot of baby oil. It's just crazy. Okay, I don't want to continue this for now. Let's get back to the Sarah Boone doggy. Let's see what we have. Oh, maybe I do. I'll set up a tab. Now, warning, you guys, warning. This is the video where he beats up a girlfriend. If you cannot handle this, please turn away. I thought this was the video. Let me click on it. I have never seen this. So, with that, please understand, I may stop it. I got it.
Against music mogul Sean Diddy Combs. The video, captured on
And he's
multiple
in a
cameras,
towel?
shows Combs assaulting his then girlfriend, Cassie Ventura, in a hallway at a Los Angeles hotel in March 2016.
She was
a
leaving
lawsuit
him.
filed by Ventura in November last year and settled the next day referenced actions that seem to match those seen in
Left
this
money
video.
right there.
There is no audio. According to the complaint, Combs became extremely intoxicated and punched Miss Ventura. The surveillance video obtained by CNN begins as she enters the hallway. The complaint says as she exited, Mr. Combs awoke and began screaming at Miss Ventura. He followed her into the hallway of the hotel while yelling at her. The complaint goes on to say he grabbed her and then took glass vases in the hallway and threw them at her. In the surveillance video, Combs can be seen grabbing Ventura and throwing her to the ground. As Ventura lies on the ground, Combs then kicks her twice and attempts to drag her on the floor back to the hotel room. Ventura is seen picking up a hotel phone. Combs seems to walk back to the hotel room, then returns and appears to shove her in a corner. Moments later, he can be seen throwing an object in her direction. According to Ventura's now settled lawsuit, the pair began dating several years after they met in 2005. They parted ways in 2019. Combs' attorney said the decision to settle was in no way an admission of wrongdoing. Ventura declined to comment on the video, but her attorney told CNN the gut-wrenching video has only further confirmed the disturbing and predatory behavior of Mr. Combs. Words cannot express the courage and fortitude that Miss Ventura has shown in coming forward to bring this to light. The video hasn't been seen publicly before and comes on the heels of a series of civil lawsuits alleging Combs' involvement in sex trafficking and sexual abuse. Allegations Combs has repeatedly denied. In a December 2023 statement, Combs responded to the claims in all the lawsuits saying, "Sickening allegations have been made against me by individuals looking for a quick payday. Let me be absolutely clear. I did not do any of the awful things being alleged." 2 days after this video published exclusively on CNN, Combs issued an apology.
But I make no excuses. My behavior on that video is inexcusable. I take full responsibility for my actions in that video. I'm disgusted. I was disgusted then when I did it. I'm disgusted now.
Over here.
The Israeli military defending its ground incursion into southern Lebanon, saying it aims to stop attempts by Hezbollah to infiltrate Israel.
Really?
Also saying Israeli...
Whoa. Hey, Zach. I have to say, this is horrible. Okay, we got it. We know that. But I have to say, I have to do it. How that towel did not freaking fall off of him. That would have been a show. OMG. All right, guys. I gotta run and get the door. We're gonna go back to this. I'm sorry. I don't know why that's double playing. My bad. I'll be right back, guys. Hold up. I'm back. I'm back. Sorry about that. A guy looking for a seamstress that used to be here is no longer here anymore. All right, let's see what everybody was saying. Spoke too soon about the moment. Yep. He's probably teeny. He is a teeny weeny little weenie. Oh, I forgot. That's a song we made up when I was in. Never mind. Yep. Zach, it's so good to see you. How was your day going? A teeny beady deedy. I love you. I love your sense of humor, Zach. That is maybe I ought to put that on his thumbnail. Wasn't an itty bitty ditty? That's better than a teeny weeny, itsy bitsy teeny weeny. I bet he'll be one of those that diapers soon, if you know what I mean. Oh, okay, Swan, you are cruel. Hey, she's got the song. You guys, you're killing me. Root canal? No, he didn't have a yellow polka dot. He had a itty bitty teeny weeny. He forgot his yellow bikini. Poor Zach. Gosh, you know what, dude? Sympathies. I had a root canal back in 2000. And let me tell you, don't want another one. Don't want another one. Okay. We're going to talk about, we got to get back to Boone. That's why we're here. We're here for Boone. But he's going to be wearing tidy whities or loosey boxies. Oh my gosh. Sardines and coffee, sir. No, that's sardines with cream and coffee, sir. Oh my gosh. Hey, at least you're going to get the laughing gas. Are you going to get the fun stuff? Are you getting the fun stuff? I sound like a smoker, don't I? Okay. No, somebody else died. Good Times and Coming to America. Oh, I love this guy. John Amos died at 84. Hey, that's better than the visual of Sarah Boone and her victim getting intimate, as she said in her conversation. That is insane. I'm just actor from The Nightmare Before Christmas died. Really? What is going on with everybody dying? Enough already. Take a break. I'm pretty sure Boone was the man. I'm pretty sure Boone was the. Come to the members only live. Become a member, because we gonna go rogue on Boone. We are going rogue on Boone. Okay, I need to get back to my stuff over here so I can help. We need to rein this in a little bit. I'm going to lose everybody if I don't. OMG, y'all. You guys, please forgive me. Coffee is hit. I need a little break. Everybody take a comfort break. Me sorry. Misa got to go. apologize. Sometimes you just gotta go. Which facial expression are you talking about, my love? That one? I don't even know what I did. I'd have to go back and look. My comment was about 80K. Sarah Boone. No. Yeah. Well, guys, I got some new sound effects. And I think I'm going to use this when Sarah Boone comes into court. What's the drum loop? That's when the prosecution's coming in. And then when Sarah Boone does her, if she gets on the stand, yep. You're not hearing anything? What? Are you kidding me? I have been working on this all freaking day. You heard nothing. Now let's see if you hear something. Now I don't hear it. You guys should be hearing this. Maybe I need to turn up the volume. Try again. Did you hear that? Oh my gosh, you and your legs. Okay, I'll fix it later. Oh, it's so frustrating. All of my sound went haywire. I don't turn off all of my stuff every day. It's better to leave it up and running. And I didn't turn it off, and I come in today and my microphone's all messed up. My sound's all messed up. I'm just really having a good one, aren't I? Okay. So, oh, guys, let's not get going on her legs, please, guys. Oh, heck no, please. Okay, that's a bunch of Adelson. So I need to, let's look at Sarah Boone again. I'm trying to find some more documentation on Miss Sarah Boone Dogger. I can't stand the woman. Oh. Yes, they're talking about Boone's legs. I know, y'all. That's enough. Ew. Oh, I don't want to talk about attorneys' fees. So they appointed the experts. The attorneys are getting their fees. They're getting a supplemental discovery. Eesh. That's why she wants to wear. Oh, Zach, I caught on to you guys. Oh, Zach. Now I get it. Now I understand why she wants to wear a short skirt. It's because she knows you're looking at those milky white, nasty, skinny chicken legs and you just loving it. So she is wanting to wear the skirt to honor your request. You're sick, dude. You're sick, dude. It's all on you. Yep. It's all you. You kidding me? Dude. No, we don't want to go there with you. No, we ain't going to go. Hell no, we ain't going to go. Oh, guys, who wants to be a pen pal? Who's going to be a pen pal? Wouldn't that? Oh, what if we became pen pals? And we let her know that there's a man out there who likes her white little legs. Would you like that, Zach? Aw. Okay, I tried to get some documentation. I couldn't find it. Then I had my expert on it. She couldn't find the documentation for the sheriff and judge trial. Oh my God, Zach. No, you didn't do that, Zach. I love cottage cheese. You're ruining it for me, dude. Zach, come on, dude. You owe me. You owe me now. You ruined my cottage cheese, man. You ruined it. Dude, why'd you do that? Oh, you're pissing me off. Do you know what? I got a tub of cottage cheese. You want me to go get it for you? I'd be happy to get you a tub of cottage cheese. Will that make you feel better, Zach? I can smear it on go get a limb out there. We got a bunch of sticks and stuff out in the back. I can go grab a stick and smother it in cottage cheese for you. Either way, Tori. Oh, Zach? Oh, I don't know. Oh, I'm learning to bake it and trying to make them into crisp. I'm going to do that later today. I've got to get my snacks, healthy snacks, set up for trial. Okay. I want to apologize to everyone who has an issue with me eating while I'm live, but I hope you understand that I sit here from sometimes 6:37 in the morning till 7, 8 o'clock at night, but at least till 6:30 every day. And I don't have the option to get up and go cook and go do things. I don't have the option to eat in private. And unfortunately, because of my life's circumstances and battling cancer 3 times and having almost no stomach, I have to eat little meals throughout the day. And do you know what? I normally don't get this way with people, but if you don't like the fact that I eat while I'm staying on live so you guys can get the information you want, bye-bye. Nice knowing you. Oh, I've been up, Ronnie. Remember one time we went to 1 a.m. because the jury didn't even come back until midnight. And I started at 6:30 in the morning. I didn't get home until 1:30 in the morning that morning. Yeah. Oh, I know. Hey, you want to see my legs? Not. This is as tan as I get, and this is makeup, y'all. You want to see white? Yeah, Ronnie, you were with me that whole time. God love you, Ronnie. God, by the way, guys, mods, we can't do this without you. You're the only reason that we can survive. And you guys are amazing. And this puppers is going to get in trouble. Lay down. Lay down. 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 Go. So, mods, Ronnie, I love all my mods, but Ronnie and ADHD Jelly Bean and Kristen when she's here and Miss Kevin and all my other mods. If I don't remember your name, my bad. Thank you so much for what you do. But Miss Ronnie, you have been the most consistent right now, and I really, really appreciate it. Oh, I don't have oh, are you wanting a whistle? Sexy, don't you think? Oh, God, that creeped me. Isn't it bad when you creep yourself out? Isn't that bad? I'm creeping myself out. Now, I got to find my documents. I got to find my stuff on Sarah Boone. Oh, someone asked why I did that little siren thing because we have a because she is a siren. And if you don't know what that means you use one of the strongest warnings you can get, and you need to run, Forrest, run. Yes, it is a lot of work, and they stick together and they volunteer it. And my goal is for them not to be volunteers. Boom! How can you not say Boone and not go Boone? Yeah. Got a lot of stuff I downloaded. Now I can't find what I need. Gosh, y'all, that is the one thing I am looking forward to. All right, not all last night, about Thursday, Friday, for some reason, and all weekend, I kept thinking it was this Tuesday, the 7th, and it's not Tuesday, the 1st. This is not the pretty kind of siren, honey. Not to say the least. Yeah, all the cray-crays. By the way, Zach, if you're still listening, on Halloween, we're going to be doing a virtual Halloween party. Now, you can send in pictures or you can hop on live. It's going to be a live that people can hop on. And I'm thinking about dressing up as Sarah Boone, but I'm not sure. Hey, Kristen. Kristen, I'm just trying not to get sick about Sarah Boone's Love Life. Diddy and the baby oil and cottage cheese. What a combination. But I am so sorry you're feeling so bad. If you can hear your heartbeat in your ears, please, love, check your blood pressure. I kid you not. Check your blood pressure. If you start feeling faint, you better call someone. Oh, I can't wait to see the walk in the rain. Do you know what? It would crack me up. If I was in Florida, I would get a piece of red carpet and I'd roll it out in front of the courthouse. Just as they bringing her in, but the sheriff will run you off. But I would love to put a red carpet down just for the hell of it. Oh, yes. You haven't heard of the Poupou Le Fou? You haven't heard of that case one, the Poupou Le Fou? That's a special prison perfume. It's extremely costly. The only drawback is it comes from the liquid and from a solid that's brown, sometimes green, and if you're not in good health, yellow or even red, depending on what you eat. And the only way you can get that is if you do toilet talk. Yeah. For those of you who don't know, when you do toilet talk, a lot of times you break out because of the bacteria and you get what's called potty mouth because it stinks. I hate. Oh, yeah. Would you? Oh, well, it just depends. If she, most likely, depending on the jail, but if she's already manipulated and found a way to fit into prison life or jail life as well as she has now, she definitely has at least witnessed, if not learned, how to, what they call it, the toilet phone. It's called the toilet phone. And the toilet phone, oh my gosh. Oh, hold on. Our cat in the shop has discovered that she can jump up on things, and we have a countertop that our customers, it's a window with a countertop where the customers come in. And I just looked down on the security camera and she is curled up on the counter where the customer is just sleeping. Oh, that is so cute. I'm going to take a screenshot. Hold on. I'm going to send that to my daughter. That is So cute. Oh, oh, that is so precious. Sorry, distraction. There is no one in prison that's worth me sticking my head into a toilet. I could have lived my entire life without knowing this. I am not okay. That's not even the worst of it. That ain't even the worst of it, y'all. You have no idea. Someone asked if I had been in prison. By the way, no, I have not personally had a stint in prison or jail. I've not been honored to spend a night in jail or in prison. However, I have a lot of connections that have, including an ex-husband. And then also, I'm a criminal justice student who's learning a lot about it. But as far as all the fun games they play, a lot of it is through ministry. Yeah. How do I put this without being too gross? Oh, no, I'm not going to leave. My computer wanted me to leave site. I'm like, nope, not going to do it. So what's the word? I was going to tell you. Some women who have, I'm trying to put this in a way I don't get in trouble. Okay. Some women who have cystic acne in jail, they believe by eliminating a yellow liquid into a cup, mixing it with oatmeal, and creating a paste, and giving themselves a facial. Because Madonna once said, if you don't eliminate yellow stuff in a shower when you have a fungal infection or any kind of fungal problem, toenails, or what's that foot rash stuff, you're not doing right. You need to, yeah. That the liquid yellow stuff, your yawn, kills the bacteria. Athlete's foot, that's what I'm looking for. Who beat in your Cheerios? I know, right, Zach? So they make a Euromask. A Euromask. That's a way I could put it. A Euromask. And yeah. Oh my God, Haley Mouse. Ah! It ain't necessarily true. No, it is not. We've digressed. We have royally digressed. Yeah. Mm. I got to change the topic because I'm digressing very badly. Okay. Yes, I'm eating. I haven't had anything to eat until we got our meal today. What is to be expected? Excuse me. I'm going to shut my door because Sorry about that. I said, I think Sarah Boone is going to go in there and either somebody will put money on her books to get makeup in jail if they haven't. Not everybody does. And if not, then when she gets to the courthouse, the lawyer or the lawyer's female assistants or whomever he designates will go and pick up the perfect matching foundation. I'm surprised she doesn't have a request. Okay, guys. Toy, you told me to eat and enjoy, and then you removed it? Why did you remove it? Did something be taken wrong? So, as a makeup artist for 30 odd years. Oh, no. Eat and enjoy. That's okay. Wasn't inappropriate. Unless you guys are accusing me of something else, then honey boo boo, we got a problem. You're good. I took it. Eat your snack and enjoy. Okay. I understood. Don't worry about nobody else. Just worry about what I think. No, I'm kidding. So Sarah Boone, I wonder if she's going to require how do I say? Tomorrow, I wonder if her attorney is going to ask for permission that the court order that his assistant be allowed to go into the jail and do a foundation color swatch on Miss Boone so she can get the perfect shade of foundation. And then ask also that she permitted to get a color match for the nails. I'm surprised she didn't ask to get her nails done. You're good. Zach, do you know what? There are days that I just need to laugh, and I'm so glad you come on because you get us all going. So, but anyway, they'll bring in makeup for her. She can do her own damn makeup. But if they hire a professional hairstylist to do that woman's hair, now I could use a professional hairstylist. Look at this. Okay, you can do something with my hair. I should. I didn't. I'm getting ready to though. It's one of those things that I'm just kind of like, what the hell? She was suggesting oh, you didn't. You what? Oh, do I need to get the siren going? Do I need to get that siren going? Oh, I can't figure out. Let me try it this way. I don't need it to, I guess it's going to have to be this way. Oh. No, she doesn't want a French manicure. Do you know what she's going to want? She's going to want the decorations and all the flowers and everything else. That's what she's going to want. My hair's a hot mess, but at least it's on my neck. That even ain't going to save it. Okay, I'm going to get serious for a minute. Okay, so under the law and what she's permitted, because I'm running people off here. So under the law, what's permitted normally is the access to makeup. Now, had she not made fun of the people who braid hair in her unit, being racist basically, and saying she can't get along with them, can't get along with the hair braiders. You'd be amazed what they could do. I mean, they can make the little braids up here. They can do something because those hair braiders are good. I respect the talent because my fingers, I can do beading, but I can't braid that small. But they could potentially allow her access to a flat iron or curling iron under supervision. But once again, oh, I know, right? Or she can be a Sinead O'Connor. Then you won't have any problems. So when it comes to the hair situation, what can you do with that? I mean, you sit there and cut it by inch and a half shorter in the back just before you come in and make this request. That doesn't, that, honey, because you have no hair. See if I can do this. Honey, you want your hair done today? Ooh, honey, why your hair so short? That's why you don't got a man. Long hair good for man. Hold on. But, honey, why you got your hair so short? You got caught. You want a professional hairstyle like me? Oh, honey, you can't have a professional hairstyle like me. Your hair too short. You make wrong decisions. So anyway, here's the thing. I'm trying to get serious and then y'all get me off on a tangent. One of them days, y'all. Okay. By the way, when I make accents and funny things, I am mimicking an actual actor or somebody who's made a living with that skit. I am in no way mocking any culture or race. Okay. Oh, honey, I want your nail done. I mean, come on. That is that's priceless. So we're going to see tomorrow. Yeah, Tangent Tuesday. That's a good one. I ought to call it every day Tangent Tuesdays and Temper Thursdays. Tangent Tuesday, Temper Thursdays. But when court actually comes, I guess what infuriates me with her is her sense of entitlement. When she was begging the JC to pay for her clothing or buy her clothing, and they say, this is what we can get for you. Do you want pants or a skirt? She goes, I want a short skirt. Well, then she wants to be off of all visual signs of restraint. But they put this, people, guys, it's not an ankle monitor. It's a shock. Ankle shock thing. Actually goes around the calf. It's too mean to hope they give her makeup in the wrong shade, like porcelain white or mud brown. I could do that. Blue mascara. You never know what this woman's going to do. So anyway, when this ankle, it's not an ankle, it has to go around the calf or it could go all the way up to the thigh. It just depends on where they want it, but it needs to be where there's muscle and meat. And if she steps out of line, they're going to shock her. And that woman's, it's like being tased. It's basically an ankle taser or leg taser. Yeah, no, right? Blue mascara. You're really going back there, aren't you? Blue mascara never looked good on me. I'm too pale. They could get her clown white. Still work. She's pretty pale. So, and the fact that, I think she's going to look pretty professional, but I found it interesting when she was representing herself and she was asking for all these clothes and what shoe size and what kind of shoes and all that kind of stuff. And then she goes, well, if I don't like what they give me, can I have a friend bring me some clothes? And the judge was like, well, that's up to the jail and their policies. I'm all like, why are you asking for them to bring you something when you can call somebody else and waste the tax dollars' money? Taxpayers' money. So it will be an interesting thing that happens when she shows up in court. Forgive me, I am monitoring, trying to monitor the court's documents. Everybody is now going crazy about the video with the shooting. Yeah, that thing is all over the place. And guys, that was really disturbing to me. I've seen stuff, but that to me just disturbed me with that sheriff shooting the judge. It was crazy. There is so many people trying to get this documents on Sarah Boone that when you go in and check, it's actually starting to bog down. The thing with her hair is you could put some body into her hair. You really could. Oh, nothing new file. Probably post like 4 o'clock this afternoon, like yesterday. Everything seems to post late in the day. That poor woman who was wailing was his wife, y'all, and his children were sitting next to her. That to me was cruel. You don't show a video in a hearing that the family is not seen of someone unaliving your husband in the way that he did and not warn them. It would be, okay, FYI, this is going to be a video of the actual unaliving itself. If you do not feel that you can handle this or control your emotions, we're going to ask you to step out because we don't want to traumatize you. Oh my God. Oh, butter, really? It was cruel, but that's court. All right. Let me get it up. Once again, here's a warning. I give the warning. You can't handle this type of video. Do not. Oh, shoot, that's somebody else's. Let me go and get it. Do not watch it. That was somebody else posting it. I don't want to use somebody else's content. So I'll go in here and get it. Just give me a split second. It was brutal. And I'm appalled. I'm appalled. It's horrible. And what gets me is there is no reason under the sun Do you know what? I'm not going to play it in that format. I'm not going to play it in that format. Because I don't want... I'm getting to it, y'all.
Cell phone and appears to make a call on that. And that led to what you just saw.
Okay. So
Warning, graphic. Warning, I kid you not, graphic. Step away. So he's shot once. The judge has been hit. Shot a second time. Now they're blurring it out. Second shot. It's not blurred out in my thing. The judge is kicking underneath the table. He's still alive. And there he unalives him. So they blurred it out now.
Is that a portion of the video? Yes.
I think that's a pastor sitting next to her the way they're praying. Could be her
And you
child.
identify the party that we saw in that video?
That was Sheriff Mickey Steins and Judge Kevin Mullins.
And also, who had the firearm?
Sheriff Steins.
And then Judge was also in his black robe.
Yes.
Do you know what portion of the courthouse that is?
That is the judge's chambers.
And where's that located at, physically located?
In the Letcher County Courthouse.
I think that's
So
his daughter.
Would you like to cross-examine the witness?
I would, Your Honor.
Okay, so we played it again. I'm not going to make a habit of that, though. Really can't. I don't think it's fair for them, and I don't think we need to be seeing it and promoting what this guy did. But for you, my good viewers, I will play it. So we will be following this closely. Back to Sarah Boone. Okay, for those of you who don't know, there were new documents that were filed in the Sarah Boone case. The first document that was posted yesterday is the state's request to acquiesce. No, I'm kidding. The state's request for protective order. Basically, the defendant in her third amended witness list has listed the following people as witnesses: custodial of records, domestic violence supervisor, victims advocacy supervisor, misdemeanor supervisor, all of the state attorney's 9th Judicial District, Orange County's office. The state requested a protective order under the Florida Rules of Criminal Procedure because anything these witnesses could say about the defendant and the decedent would be protected by work product privilege. Florida Rules of Criminal Procedure. If the defendant wants public records in the state attorney's office, she would do whatever everybody else has to do. File a public request for records. Subjecting prosecutors and their staff to this type of discovery of their investigations would require disclosure of work product and seriously impede the criminal procedures. We believe the trial court was right the first time in denying the pretrial service efforts of subpoenaed the two state attorneys and inquire of oral communication, sworn or otherwise, between them and state's witnesses. The oral and unrecorded statements of the witnesses to a state attorney are privileged as work product and not subject to discovery. Opinion work product involves a lawyer's impressions, conclusions, opinions, theories of their client's case. Opinion work product is absolute, if not nearly absolute, privilege. Fact work product concerns what the attorney did and what she has learned or he has learned in their role as an attorney. As the name suggests, fact work product and factual information which pertains to the client's case prepared or gathered in connection with therein. Basically, and I have to say, William Robert J., attorney, that's one of the attorneys, has done a solid on this. People don't understand, but they are throwing everything and then some at this case. Sensei, come here, baby. Place, come here. Come on, place. I don't know what's wrong with my puppy. Let me see. Come here. Let me feel your nose. Okay, you're good. Okay. You're right, Haley Mouse. But let me get back to that in a minute. This particular motion was filed because they want access to the staff at the district attorney's office. They believe that some of these staff have evidence or information that could help her in her case. The problem with that is that all the actual evidence, and what is evidence? Do we know what evidence is? Evidence is not my opinion. It's not my theory. It's not what I believe may have happened. Evidence is the facts, and evidence is what substantiates those facts or cancels those out, basically proves the facts wrong. But it's not an opinion. It's not what I think. It's not what a witness, a person called me to share about your past behaviors. It's like, really? So if I lived in the apartment next to Sarah Boone and this happened, and I thought, well, I want to talk to the district attorney's office because I don't know if what I have is actual evidence. I don't know what to do with what I know. So let me call them and let me talk to them. And they talk to you. That is not evidence. But they want a copy of the conversations, any recordings, any notes. You can't have that. Now, if they're going to be used as a witness, you have a right to depose them. And if they're going to be used as a witness, which these people are not, clearly they don't use these people as witnesses. Then and only then would certain evidence come into play. Hey, the mouse, I'm the kind of person who needs all the details, no matter how painful to process thing. Yep. I would ask to see the private first, and then I'd scream in. Yep. Well, and that's all right. I'm going to give you an example. What? Lay down. Down. You are. Why are you alerting? Am I okay? Okay, baby, come here. My dog is alerting, and I don't know why. I don't have any clue why. So here's the thing. For example, there was somebody in our community that was charged and convicted with the same crime that my ex was. But it was handled in two different ways. One was handled as state. One was handled federal. Okay. In the other case, we'll say case A is the other person. Case B is my ex. They showed the wife all the evidence they had within a week of the arrest. Yeah, they did. And she was able to form her opinion and decide how she was going to react, whether she was going to support, whether she wasn't going to support. Hi, Adair. Good afternoon. Hi, Miss Paula. Y'all missed some interesting talk. And she saw the evidence. Now, in my ex-husband's case, I was never shown anything. I was never talked to by them, the investigators. I wasn't talked to after the warrant. Now, during the day of the warrant, they did. And I want to talk about that because it's similar to Sarah Boone's situation in some ways. Okay. I'm sorry, Paula. Oh, she left. So they talked to me the day of the warrant, but after that, they never spoke to me. I think we had a deposition, but that was it. I never was interviewed again. And people were wanting to know whether I was going to support him, whether I believed he did it or not, all those good things. You know how nosy people are. And the newspapers, oh my gosh, I was followed. I'd run into them when there's a motion, a hearing, or anything legal. They were after me all the time for my opinion. And I had one answer. I thought it was a good answer. I married him for richer, for sickness and health, and for better, for worse. This is worse. However, I have not seen any evidence in this case. And my husband, at the time, I believed, not saying I still do or don't, but he was very law-abiding. If the speed limit said you had to go 35.5 miles an hour, he would have done 35.5 miles an hour. If it said you had to stand on one leg and pat your hand on your head with your right arm and sign the check with the left arm in order to get paid, he would have done it. He was very strict about following rules. So at that point, yes, Eddie, I lost my husband to prison. So at that point, this was 2009. At that point, I said, until I see evidence that convinces me of his guilt, I'm not going to abandon my husband. I thought I was doing the right thing because I'm the type of person who thinks if this was me and I swore to my husband, literally swore to my husband, I didn't do a crime that they're charging me with, I would want him to stand by my side and believe me. He wouldn't have, I guarantee it. Ultimately, he threw me under the bus in this crime. They didn't believe it. And that's what they printed in the newspaper, that she stated that until she sees evidence that shows the contrary, she's going to support him. I caught a lot of hell for that. Now, the other case, case A, they showed her once, one was state and one was federal, so it was two different entities. They showed her oh, Ronnie, what are we getting? Save. Oh, I got to pull this up. I'm getting more documents. Save image. So we must have gotten some stuff now, huh? Save image. Do we get more stuff hit? So, FYI, I believe that I have to support my spouse until otherwise. The other people, the other case, she supported. And then they showed her the evidence and she was gone. And that's what his attorneys told me we could not do. They said, look, what's going to happen is if you walk out on him, whether you believe him or not, it was pretty much guilty. Because if the spouse leaves, that's pretty much done. I call myself a jail widow. I know. I'll call myself a jail widow. I'm opening different things. Ronnie sent me. Oh, okay. This is with the other case. We'll talk about it in a minute. I'm going to open everything up, but give me a minute. I'm just getting it there. So I literally had a different experience than the other woman with case B. Same crime. Well, sort of, almost the same. Different jurisdictions and how it was handled. And so there is a situation when a spouse sticks with the accused. So the situation here is the sheriff that did the unaliving, this video, it's evident, you can't dispute it, I'd be gone. But unfortunately, no matter what she does, she will be damned if she does and damned if she doesn't. Literally. Damned if she does and damned if she doesn't. Because some people are going to believe that, oh, you stick by them no matter what until the bitter end. And other people believe that with the evidence that was shown, oh, hell no, you're gone. Okay. So I am always on the side of the victim's family, always, in the sense of if they were not involved, they are victims as well. Yep, we got it, Ronnie. So the way things are handled are different. And it's easy for us to sit here and say, well, they should do this or they should do that. So I'm going to say with that, you guys be very kind and, oh, good. Yay. I can put that up there. I'm going to read some of this stuff. I'm just lining it up for you. Let me share. I guess is what it's going to be. I'm going to put it on stage. Get it there. I kind of got to get it in front of me. Okay. This is, I can't read it very well. Date of birth and weight. Okay, this is Sean's size. I tried to open this and it wouldn't open for me. So Ronnie, once again, you freaking rock. No, I agree. I stood with him until the end of trial. And even then, I didn't believe he did it. And I went through sentencing with him. And then I'm not going to say whether I believe he did it or not here, because that's super personal. I stuck with him. Okay. But at that time, I had saw no evidence to show me he was guilty. So if somebody now, I tell you what, if this happened right now, I would be on all these networks. My husband's case would have been on all these networks, although it went across the nation, went all over the nation. YouTube wasn't what it is now. And so it would have been vastly different. Johnson Bates is a complaining witness. Han Jackie Steele as a Commonwealth attorney. Han Rimsley. Okay, so you got a husband and wife attorneys. He's being charged with murder. Now I can come up. Order clarifying the need for a special judge, chief regional judge, rep. Order from the chief justice appointing special clerk. Yeah, they've got a lot going on this, y'all. Arraignment. Perpetrator used a firearm to shoot and Letcher County District Judge Kevin Mullins. Judge Mullins succumbed to his injuries after the shooting. Yeah, he really did. Oh, what the hey? Not what I want to do. So that was so sad that he was shot several times. It's bad enough that you shot him once. You had to keep shooting the dude. Really? That's insane, dude. That's just cold. Adair, I only will share this story and parts of it. I will not share all of it on my members only live because that is a restricted live. You have to be a member of my channel to go there. It is for the protection of, well, I hate to say it, him, because he has rights too, and he's still alive. So it's kind of like, yeah, I can't do it. I can do it on my members only live. So if you are a member, we will discuss it every once in a while there. Okay, uniform citation. This is horrible, y'all. There is some stuff redacted, like numbers. So violation was on the 19th. Perpetrator used the firearm to injure a detective. Okay, I can't read any. This is just, okay. Whatever. This is what I want to read. Got to change it. I got to share this screen, a different screen. Oh, that's not a bribe in any way, but I have a right to protect myself in that manner. Because believe it or not, even though I have the freedom of speech, and even though I have the freedom to say and do whatever I want, I have the freedom to discuss and share with people my personal experiences in that. I can also get, I mean, I have to be careful because I don't want someone coming after me and accusing me and suing me. So I do have to be kind of careful. And of course, he'd be a fool to do it, but you know what I mean. Okay, here we go. What? Oh, better. Okay. Dear Mr. Mayo, who is Mayo? The governor. Mayo. Wouldn't it be funny if he was Mayor Mayo? Sheriff Swan McKinney Stein says profoundly proudly served the people of Letcher County for over 22 years. He's expresses his heartfelt appreciation and love and support for his community has given him and his family during the time of service. Mr. Steins has made a difficult decision to effect his retirement as of, oh, don't use this crap, my computer, to effect his retirement as of September 30th of 2024. This decision is made not as a result of any ultimatum or in any way as a concession to any allegations made by the Commonwealth. Allegations, my butt, they got a video. But until then, it's allegations. Rather, to Sheriff Steins has made his decision to allow for a successor to continue to protect and serve his beloved constituents while he addresses the legal process ahead of him. If you have any questions, please contact him. Yeah, no questions have. None needed. And it's not just protecting myself and my children, it's protecting everyone involved. I do share that my husband was arrested, charged, and found guilty of a crime that I will not, that's not, that the details of that are not for me to share because that's him. That's on him. I could be a witch and just say everything and do it, but that's not my story to tell. As to the charge, I can talk about my experiences and what I've learned, how it's affected. I have another YouTube channel that I haven't worked at all, but it's called Jail Widow. I can share this. The day he went to prison, it literally was like someone told me that my husband had been unalived. Because honestly, I was kept out of the loop with this trial. It was strictly between him and his attorneys, which is the way it's supposed to be. I was a witness, the last witness, and they threw me under the bus. Court came back in less than 3 hours. Actually, we went to eat lunch and it was less, I think it was right about 2 hours or maybe even less. And as I drove home, it was the same emotions of if I just found out that my husband had passed away and I'm leaving the morgue type thing. I identifying him. I lost my home. I lost years with my kids. I lost all my possessions, but what little I can carry into a very tiny house, which was gratefully provided by a family at church who I could not have survived without them. I had to do everything you would do with a spouse that died, except I didn't have a death warrant. There was a lot of things that had to be done exactly like the wife of this judge is having to do. And the problem is, it's like you're a victim because you lost them, but yet you're the spouse of the perpetrator at the same time. It's a double-edged sword. And immediately I was shunned by the community. I had a small, very small group of people who stood by me. I lost every single friend eventually. I'd say within a month, I did not have a single friend with me standing by my side outside of a few church people that I knew before. However, God opened a lot of doors. I met a lot of wonderful new people. My life eventually started changing for the better, but it took a long time. The community, 80% were brutal, 20%, well, 80% brutal, about 10% neutral, and the rest were awesome. My children faced a lot of horrific treatment in school. Death would have been easier. Exactly. I've said this time and time again. Death would have been easier than this. And I had an experience about 2 weeks or so after he was imprisoned. I finally made it to the grocery store and not had a friend do it for me. And there was a hot sauce that he loved, and every time I went shopping, I grabbed that thing. And it's in the condiment area. And of course, I had to go get some for me. And I just instinctively grabbed up and went like this. And I started crying. Now, not wailing, but just the, and somebody saw me. And they contacted somebody, and it got back to my spiritual mama that I was crying hysterically in the middle of the grocery store, trying to get attention. I'm all like, bitch, please. Now, had my husband died and I did that, anybody who knew me would have been around there hugging on me. It's okay, baby, we got you. No, that's not the way it was. My children were young. 4 and 9 when he went to jail. When he was accused, they were 2 and 6.5, almost 7. And I'm reading something. I'm sorry. It's been so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Bullbetter. Oh, Brax, that's awesome. The youngest one doesn't even really remember living with the father. The older one was tormented in school because, and this is the stuff that these people face, and nobody talks about it. This is why I started Jail Widow. And, when you go to school and your father or mother is charged with a crime and gone to jail in a small community, it's cruel. My son was in extracurricular activity, and the kids would sit there and call him names and harass him and abuse him. He was not permitted to go to parties. He wasn't invited to places because who his daddy and mommy were. Mommy was barely holding it together, and people were just thinking she's cray-cray. Think about this. The day I testified for my husband, the day before, I had a lumpectomy for breast cancer. I came home the day of the very next day after testifying and finding out he's guilty and he's going to prison. The next day, I start mammocyte radiation. I have to close down his business. I have to face the community and his staff. I'm going to lose my home. I'm going to lose my car. I had no idea what to do. I am in my 30s. Never faced anything like this before. I faced horrible things, but horrible is relative here. And my kids are totally innocent in this. And even up to graduation, we were treated like crap by a lot of people. And even today. And I'm like, dude, that was a kid. And if mama's having a bad day and mama's stressed, oh, thank you, baby. I'm not saying this for donation for that, but I'm very thankful for it. Thank you. But if mama's having a bad day And mama's sitting here dealing with banks, home loans, car loans, bunch of people wanting money, having to try to get rid of everything. There was property that had to be loans. I mean, it was horrendous. Yes, even today, I still get hell. And so it's a risk we take that we have to live with for the rest of our lives. So when a spouse commits a crime, they may go to jail. And I say this time and time again, and people get pissed off at me. But you know what? You can't get pissed off at me until you live through what I've lived through. Oh, thank you, baby. You know what? This is hell. It's hell. And until you're in our shoes, you don't have a right to say a damn thing about it. Somebody got mad at me one time because I was complaining because let me put it to you this way. We did divorce. $200 a month child support, cash. For 2 kids. Never went up. Never. Now, his mom paid for a lot of things. I got to say, I may disagree a lot with his mom and I may not appreciate some of her behaviors, but then again, she lost a son to prison and that was painful for her. But that woman did try to help when she could. Sometimes there were strings attached. Sometimes it felt like a trap, but guess what? She helped. And let me tell you, that was a bitter pill for me to swallow to have to do that. But I will say this. $200 a month is not enough to take care of kids. When somebody goes to jail, or prison, I should say, we're talking about prison, it's not pretty, but you have something to wear. Guaranteed. You may not like it, may not be your style, but you're not walking around without clothes on. If you're a woman, you will have sanitary products provided to you no matter what. You will get your sanitary needs. You will get medical. You will get food. You will get education if you don't have it. You will have access to things to better your life. All of this paid by my money and yours. They get it for free. Okay? And the biggest thing is they have a place to lay their head every night. There's risk, but you put yourself there. Here's the flip side of that coin. The children, a lot of people told me, oh, go file for his Social Security because as long as he's in prison, you can get his Social Security. Guess what? That crap don't happen no more, y'all. Well, yeah, $30 a month of child support from a husband's ex-wife for 3 boys. I greatly raised those boys because I knew they had a better life. I understand. I'm not complaining so much just on 200, but people need to understand that you're not getting that Social Security anymore. They used to do that. You're not getting that. If you are available and lucky to get food stamps, yay, because then you get Medicaid for the kids. The kids can get some free lunches. I mean, there is a very few things. But without the people in my life that loved me and took care of me from my church, I had a time where I didn't have money to buy clothes and I gained weight from stress and everything that I was going through. I was diagnosed with rheumatoid arthritis. I was in a wheelchair. I was really struggling. And I'm going deaf through all of this. And people don't understand that the spouse, unless they have a family made of money who are willing to give them money, you don't have a guaranteed bed to sleep in for you or your kids every night. Because you can't go to the battered women shelter because you're not, unless you're a battered woman, you can't go to that shelter. Here, we have a Goodwill shelter, but guess what? You can't show up until 9 p.m. and you have to leave at like 7 in the morning or some ungodly hour. With 2 kids, where am I supposed to lay down in between? I'm not guaranteed clothes. I'm not guaranteed health benefits. I'm not guaranteed food. I'm not guaranteed anything. You're abandoned. I was a stay-at-home mom who took care of the kids while he worked. And people in the community on top of that decided that they love to share their humble opinions. Hold on. Oh, we got a package. We got a package. I got to go get it. I'll be right back. Go get it. Go get it. You see my signature? I noticed that earlier too. Come on, Sensei, hurry. Guess not. Sorry about that, guys. Our shipment came in. So I guess what I'm trying to say in all of this is, as bad as it is for the inmate in prison, far worse for the family. Far worse, especially when they depended on that person for survival, for the income, benefits. And both the victim gets victim advocacy, they get assistance, they get loving, they get support. Everybody understands their side of the coin. It's hard for us as society to look at perpetrators like this guy's family and understand the pain they're going through. The children are going to lose a father. The wife loses a husband at no fault to her own. Oh, Miss Kevin, that was wonderful looking. I'm just seeing this. Oh, that's a beautiful house or cabin. I don't know if that's your family's or if y'all rented it, but my gosh, that's awesome. I'm seeing some amazing pictures here. So anyway, it's so frustrating and difficult for me on one hand to sit here and watch a lot of this because honestly, I know. I know a lot more than people realize. And one reason why I'm doing what I'm doing is to benefit others. I want to grow my Jail Widow channel because what I want to do there is I want to be able to bring experts on and I want to provide resources to family who lose their spouse to prison because there's nothing out there that really helps. Very little out there. For example, and I've said this on my channel before, if you find that you're going to trial with the potential of going to prison, I'm not talking to jail for 5 to 10 days or 6 weeks. I'm talking like a year or more, and you're not going to come home for a long time. If you're going to jail, you sign power of attorney over to somebody that you trust, even if it's not your spouse. In fact, I recommend it not be the spouse. You work with your attorney and you start getting everything lined up before you go to trial financially with the home. Take your name off the house temporarily. or give that power to your attorney or to somebody. Oh, your 20th subscriber on your jail window. Thank you so much, Paula. Oh, I only have 20 people. I'm amazed I have that many. I need to start doing that again. I've kind of got discouraged. And just all that. But anyway, there's a lot of things I would advise that nobody advised me. Now, I call it the grace of God that I thought, what if he doesn't come home? I can't handle this. I don't do money and taxes very well. I don't know how to close down a practice. I don't know what to do. So I talked to him and I asked him to give power of attorney to my spiritual father. Well, he didn't really want to do that, but eventually he did. I think a day or so before he went to trial. And it was basically a power of attorney that only became active if he was found guilty. If he wasn't found guilty, then there was no power of attorney. Thank God I did that. But the problem is some of the banks would not recognize that. They wanted their own power of attorney. And then if you have to send a power of attorney to a jail or prison, it doesn't get signed for a long time because it has to be witnessed. They have to verify it. And a lot of banks want you there to do it. They want you present. So if you have a bank account or anything like that, when it comes to cars, bank, and loans, like for houses or business, you get those power of attorneys set up before you go to trial. And those power of attorneys only are activated if you're found guilty. You go to the bank with your spouse and you get it done. Only had power of attorney over parents go Encino. Yeah. My kids don't know, but they have that. But now that they're both over 18, my daughter's 20. She's the youngest. So as soon as she hits 21, all of that will apply to both of them. Right now, somebody else has it in conjunction with my son, but it changes. But you get my point. Those kind of things are what I talk about over at Jail Widow. So now that I'm more comfortable, thank you, Dr. Bullbetter. Now that I'm more comfortable with YouTube and understand how to do this, because I was started over there. And I decided that, you know what, I got to learn all this equipment. And I didn't want to do it on Jail Widow Live. So I thought, well, I'll just do a trial. I'll just watch and listen and push buttons and play. And that's how we got here. People watched and I grew. So I've neglected that other channel and I apologize, but I will get back on it. So when we're listening to these cases, even Sarah Boone's and her son and George's mom, George's parents, he has a child. He's a baby mama. Now, the baby mama's been independent, but the child lost her daddy. Now, luckily, she's got family there. But George, how old was he? Sarah Boone's son. How old is Sarah Boone's son? He does have a father that's in his life, and a father's going to have now full custody. Is he? No. See, that's the other thing I struggled with. By all intents and purposes, a lot of people, when you have a person, have to run, Dr. Bullbutter, bye. If you are a person who, like my ex, committed a crime, people think, oh, great, they'll lose their custody. No, they won't. They won't lose custody. Do you know why? Because unless the judge removes that custody, they will maintain their parental rights. They may not have physical custody, but there is a level of custody that they have the right to make decisions concerning the children's health, education, and well-being. They may live with you, but you don't have full 100% of all custody. So when I got a divorce, he's in prison. I expected him to have nothing. Nope. Even those who abuse their own children, well, let me say that, even those that commit crimes that abuse children in general, as long as they have not abused their own child, often do not lose some rights with that child. So I had physical custody of the children, but he had rights to medical records. He had rights to educational records. There were a lot of rights he had. And that was very difficult for me because, it's easy for someone to sit in a jail cell and say, this, do this. I want this, I want that. But they're not living the nightmare with you. They're living their own nightmare. So let's talk about Sarah Boone's child. I also don't understand parents supporting their child in prison. Okay, I'll explain that. Yeah. And people were accusing me of being bipolar, schizophrenic, narcissistic. I was accused of being personality disordered. I was accused of lying and stealing and making things up for attention. They had no idea. The stress alone, how it's God and my spiritual parents that got me through, and our friends, our church friends. I couldn't have done it without them. People came in and out of my life at the time that I needed that help. But when it comes to the children, here's the deal. They have rights to their children unless their crime involved was a certain type of crime that involved the child, then they could lose their rights. But I filed for child support, but guess what? He's in prison. He can't pay child support. Now, it would have sat there and accrued, and he would have had to pay it the moment he got out of jail. He'd have to start paying on the back and the prison. But his mother paid it for him. I'm very grateful for that because it was needed. But he didn't do a penny more. I had somebody that knew both of us, and he said if his wife and child were in jail, whether he was guilty or innocent, if his wife and children on the outside were starving, he'd eat toothpaste. And even if it's 10 cents an hour, he got every dime he got would go to his family. He would not be getting the commissary money, would go to his family. That's the attitude that I thought my ex was going to have. Didn't have it. So when it comes to Sarah Boone, and here's the thing, it was court ordered that I take my children to prison for visitation every so many weeks. And I had to drive hours, like 2.5, 3 hours one way. So it was an average of a 6.5 to 7 hour day because, the potty stops and everything else, not including the time we spent in the jail and going through that process. Can you imagine having a 5-year-old and 9-year-old and having to go to a stinky, dirty holding jail and see their daddy for the first time behind glass, shackled in this little booth that you couldn't sit down in, you had to stand. And it was so nasty. Oh, hell yeah. Thanks, Zach. Oh, thanks for making my root canal seem like nothing. Thanks, Ada, for making the waiting room a little more tolerable. Zach! I'm only sharing reality here. So, Sarah Boone, what's going to happen? Since her crime did not involve her son, she most likely will retain some rights to her son. The ex-husband most likely will have to bring that child in to prison. Now, how old is the kid? Did we ever know? If he's under the age of, well, it just depends, but certain ages, under a certain age, depending on the state, I think it's 14 to 15, the child has a right to say no. No, that's not true. That evil blank Letitia has custody of the stepdaughter when she was in jail awaiting trial for So he was 9 years old when it happened. That was in 10, 11, 12, 13. He would still be ordered to go. Y'all, they can order him to go. If a child says, I don't want to go, then the judge can interview the child and see if that child is why the child doesn't want to go. If the judge feels it's in the best interest of that child to go, he will order him to go. If he feels it's not in the best interest of the child, then he may say it's your choice. But there's no set law that says at 17 you can say no. I mean, there is a certain age that it's weighed heavily on the child's decision, but they are forced to go. If they don't go, you, the parent, can get in trouble. It is bad. So then he was moved to the prison. And it's like they say, it's almost like an airline waiting area. You have chairs lined up, but they're the folding metal lined up. The one he went to, I guess there was about 60 chairs. And they had a little section in square room, or a rectangle actually. And when you first walk into that room, you have to go through security and everything. When you first walk into that room, there's a desk up high with the guard. And then there's a lower section with another guard. In this particular one, they had guards around. And everybody's lined up facing one direction. And when you walk in, far right-hand back corner, size of maybe 12 by 12 square, maybe a little bigger. They had a little half wall built. They had a couple of toys, never cleaned. That place was disgusting. If you're going to allow children who can get sick and have, it was bad. They have vending machines. If you go visit an inmate, you better have coins, honey, or dollar bills, because you're going to pay $7 for a $1 hamburger. A soda, $4 or $5. It's outrageous. You got people going to this place who are poor and broke to visit these inmates, and you're charging them, you're gouging them. We also had to buy food for the inmate. The families can buy the food, the inmate cannot. And they also charged you if you wanted a picture with the inmate. So they're in their garb, you got a fake background or a wall, and they can take a picture and the inmate can have it. It's noisy. What I hated about it is when you first get there, you're allowed to hug, and you're allowed to hug when you leave, but it is a controlled thing. But you would see inmates with their young cutesy little things. You couldn't wear mini skirts. You couldn't wear leggings. There's a lot of things you can't wear, and they're still groping each other. I mean, it was nasty. It was horrible. And the kids of all of these inmates are being subjected, not just mine, all of them. And you wonder why these children have a higher rate of risk of becoming inmates themselves, because it's normalized. They don't realize how bad it is because it's normal to them. They're growing up in that environment. Sometimes I get important messages with my deaf clients. And you're subject to search. You do have to go through a metal detector. You can't take, it's horrible. So when it comes to custody, you get physical custody, but they still have parental rights and they still have their own rights. And that's something that bothered me because inmates had more rights than the inmate, my ex, had more rights in some ways than I did. And if he got mad at me, which he did, I didn't do anything wrong, but he perceived it as wrong. He took me off the list. You have to be on an approved list. And if you say or do anything that upsets that inmate, even in the right, even if you're right in the situation, that inmate can go, oh, it's emotionally disturbing to have her here. I don't want her here. You're banned. But the children are still required to go. So that meant the ex-mother-in-law gets to take the kids without your supervision. Yeah. Happened to me and a lot of other people. This is what I'm telling you happens to thousands of people. So Sarah Boone will enforce her rights to see her kid. I guarantee it. She's already probably started that process. Her ex-husband will raise the child. He probably won't ask for child support, doesn't need it. She ain't going to have it. But that's what bothers me is she can sit there and beg people to put thousands of dollars, hundreds, you know, you maybe have 10 people and they're all putting about 50 to 100 a month in your account. That's a lot of money, right? Why isn't a portion of that money divvied up and sent to the children? You're sitting here. Oh, here's something else people do. You're not allowed to put money on other people's books. But if you have a crime where you need protection in jail, when you're in on those visitation, you and your cellmate or whoever's protecting you, y'all arrange your visitations to be the same day. And then when the family members get there, they just so happen to sit next to each other because you can sit wherever you want. And you start striking up a relationship and you pass discreetly between the family members information, i.e. your account stuff. Hold on. It's my interpreter. I'm live, love. What's up? I'm alive. I'm just talking, but I'll put you on. Let me send you in Messenger the thing. Bye. So they're sitting next to each other and they pass this information somehow or in a phone call. Oh gosh, really? Or in a phone call. And then what happens? I'm sorry, I'm going to have to redo this copy. So a person will start putting money on the other person's books as protection. Now, it is illegal. It's not appropriate, but it happens all the time. Under the premises that there's some kind of relations. It's horrible. And I know for a fact that there are people who pay an upwards of $500 a month in commissary to inmates in order for them to be protected. Oh, the last 2.5 years-ish or more, I was not allowed to go to the prison. All because he didn't hear something and he accused me. And it doesn't matter what I was in the right or wrong. If he says you're off, you're off. The commissary is crap. I knew a guy, he's a friend, nothing else, who recently resigned from working at the prison, a prison in Texas, because he was the commissary man. And he was being targeted by an inmate. And of course, he reported everything. And the jail supervisors didn't support him. And one day, the guy got a hold of him and stabbed him 3 times. In solitary confinement through a jail's bars. Stabbed the guy 3 times. Luckily, he had a vest on. And by the way he turned when he got grabbed, the shank was hitting at the edge of the vest. Had it gone a half an inch lower, he'd be dead. So it was a living nightmare. So I was in jail years ago. Oh, really? Am I not on the money on this, Amy? Have I misrepresented any of this?
Making noise.
I'm muting until you're.
Second. I'm a fan. The fan fell down.
going away. But there's some crimes, like when you walk into a judge's office and you blow him away. Did you see that, Diane?
What?
Did you see the video that was on today where a sheriff walked into the judge's office and unalived him?
Kentucky?
Yeah, I mean,
I
we were
didn't see
watching
it.
the hearing. We watched the hearing, and nobody was prepared for it, including the wife. They showed the video.
Wow. I knew it happened. I knew it happened, but I didn't see the video. I was in school all day.
Well, I'm going just for Diane's sake. I'm not trying to. Oh, did you know the American picker star Frank died? Fritz?
Heart attack?
The American Picker, the show?
I know who you're talking about.
He
What
died.
did he unalive from?
Hold on. Say that again.
What did he unalive from? Oh no.
Addiction, I think. That's what they're not giving the exact details, but it's said to be addiction.
Oh, that's just sad. Was that the young one or the older one? The
The
thin
younger
one
one
or
with
the
the beard,
heavier?
the heavier one. The heavier one.
Yeah.
I'm going to share this, Miss Diane. I'm sharing this for you. You guys, she and I are going to be interpreting the debate again tonight. Please support us if you want. All right, I'm not going political. We're just interpreting. However, that said, if you watch the debate, will you watch it on our channel, please, and support us? That would be fabulous because we're offering it to the deaf community. And the more people that watch it, more the algorithm will throw it out there, the more deaf people will have access. Okay, Diane, prepare thyself. This is bad. This guy here is a prosecution. Oh, thank you, C. Morales. The guy was 60, the judge was 60 years old. One shot. Let me go back. Make sure that I was looking away. One shot, two shots, three shots. He's hit. He's still alive. He's trying to hide. 4 shots. Right there's the 4th.
And that's a
He
sheriff.
goes around the desk. He's under the desk. He's still alive. He's climbing. There's his feet. 5, 6 shots. He's gone. I think 5 shots. You hear the wife in the background crying? That's the spouse of the deceased.
Well, I understand.
It's awful. When I went to Tennessee last year for 3 weeks, my daughter and I went to their store, the Picker store. I think it's Nashville. It was awesome. And didn't get to see them, but their store was freaking amazing. I know I've talked a lot about things when it came to my experience with my ex-husband in jail. But that said, let's get it back into the Sarah Boone's court. So her ex-husband is going to have to deal with taking this child to jail. Let me make us bigger. There we go. Take all of us, take him to jail. He is. Unless the court orders no. And anything that goes on in the jail that may upset the inmate, the jail has all authority. See, even though I was in the right, they will do anything they can when it comes to family issues and side on the behalf of the inmate, because happy inmate, easier life for them. I forgot something. Guess what we forgot tonight is? Do you know what tonight is? Do you know what's on tonight? Vice presidential debate, and I am obligated to interpret. That's funny. My thing just said chill debate. I was hoping to go. Apologies. We both forgot. And I was looking forward to dinner. I'm going to piss somebody off, I know. I'm sorry. So, everyone the deaf communities watches your, I hope, well, a lot of them don't know we're here. Diane, your light, what happened? You're dark, baby girl. It's on the opposite side of the light. There, mo better. Yeah, probably is going to be painful. Try interpreting it. I will have a black background like Miss Diane. That's why I'm in black today. But I hate it. Women shouldn't have to wear these things. Well, some of us should have to wear them. They're just irritating. So let's say this. Then the child, if he hasn't already, will start getting chastised in school. I mean, it's going to be a hard life for the kid. She loved her son so much, she did this. And I say that to a lot of people. I said it to mine. If, this is when I was on the fence whether he was guilty or not. I said, if you did this, you loved your child so much that you couldn't stop. If you love your son so much and you're the most perfect mama, she says it, I'm the perfect mama. I'm a good mama. Remember that? If you're so perfect, why in the hell would you put your kid through this? Your children come above you in all situations until they reach the age of maturity. I gave them, oh, I'm so sorry, Paula. But sometimes being the best mama is doing what's better for them and not ourselves. It's hard. But when I married my husband, he was a church-going, quiet little thing, not little as in stature. Everybody loved him. He was so loved in the community, really loved it in his field of business. I loved him. Everybody loved him. I can't do that on live. You don't want to see that. Heck, I don't want to see it. And yet I was the bad guy. I was treated like I did this to him by everybody, his family, my family, community, very few people. And Miss Diane has known me for a long, hot minute. And she knows the people that supported me through this. And I became a part of an organization not knowing how wonderful it was going to be. I was practically dragged there the first time. But, yeah. That's why I say to you guys, if you see someone not smiling and having a bad day, just smile at them. There were sometimes people who didn't even know who I was. It could see on my face that I was coming unglued. And them just looking at me and giving me a sweet smile just gave me just enough that I needed to keep going. I've seen it more once over the years. I think you married a normal guy and you had to take me off. Oh, Tracy! Oh, hey, beloved. The community really threw me under the bus, gossiped about me. Do you know what? I'm not hiding. I could have moved. In a lot of ways, I should have moved. But why would I leave the minimal support that I had at that time, relatively, but the biggest support I could have had, to move to a town where I knew nobody? And what's really sad is that people nowadays, when you go apply for a job and you start a new job, you hit the floor wherever you're working. I worked at the state hospital. People who were working there before I even got there, because they get the list of names who's going to be working there, because they put you on the schedule after your training's up. Google you, background check you. Someone had an account that they paid $100 a month for, and they ran backgrounds on everybody. And they were not supervised. That to me should be illegal. Oh, thank you. You like my straightforwardness? Honey, this isn't blunt. Right, Tracy? This isn't being blunt. But I'm honest. So this case grieves me because Sarah has a son that's a preteen who's going to have to live what his mother did, and her drunken behavior and her lying, her manipulation, all of it. Oh, Tracy, yeah, not even close to blunt. And then the mother of the victim. That is just, we saw the video. And then what about the mother of Sarah? To lose your child to prison? Somebody asked, how could you support a child in prison? And this is what I say. I've thought about that a lot. I have to respect the fact that my ex-mother-in-law took care of her son, put him first, put us second. Sometimes put us first because she loved her grandkids. She didn't do it so much for me, but she did it for the grandkids. But she knew helping me help them. You love the person. As much angry I can get with my ex. I loved him. I married him. I married a person that I thought I knew and love and can trust. Love doesn't always just turn off. Like, it doesn't instantly happen. It grows over time and it dies over time if you don't nourish it. As a parent, you never stop loving your child, no matter what. They may make you sick. They may make you angry. Yeah, Tracy. They hurt you. They can do a horrendous crime like the sheriff did and Sarah Boone. You love the person they were, and you hate what they've done. That is like walking in a Y of a road. You got 1 foot over here and 1 foot over here, and you have to navigate that for the rest of your life. You love your child, but not the choices. If my child unalived somebody, they should have just go ahead and unalive me. Will I ever stop loving my child? Absolutely not. Will I hold my child accountable? You bet your butt I would. I give them, you know how when a child disappears and you can't find them and they scared the hell out of you, and at the end of the day or the next morning you find them, they come home, they snuck out of the house or whatever, and you've had everybody looking for them and they said, oh, I was over at my friend's house. The first thing you do, it's like the prodigal son. You hug the hell out of them. Oh my God, thank you. I love you. And then you go, what the hell are you thinking? It's not easy. That's right, Tracy. You love them where they're at, even if they did wrong. We forgive them. I forgave my husband. I had to learn how to forgive. Because let me say this, a lot of us think forgiving is easy. It's like, oh, I forgive him. You're not forgiving him if you keep throwing it back at him. Will I ever forget what my ex-husband did? Absolutely not. Will I ever forget how he forsake his wife for himself and his mother and threw his wife under the bus and then treated her like crap sometimes, most of the times when she was raising his kids? No, I haven't forgotten. I can talk about it without hatred in my heart because I forgave him. I can share with you my experiences, but I don't have hate in my heart. He's been forgiven because do you know what? I need forgiving too sometimes. And I want the same back. Don't always get it, but I can't expect somebody to do for me what I'm not willing to do for them. Yeah, that's a good mom. Well, check. You have to learn how to heal. You have to do all this to move on. Because if you don't, you won't survive the pressure. So some people are giving, and this is all tying into Sarah Boone's case. People are giving Sarah Boone's ex-husband hell over the fact that he came over that morning. Why is he still helping? Why did he pay for her attorney? Why did he do all this? Well, the child. That is still his son's mother. He's actually a good man, I got to tell you. That's the kind of person you would want for a husband. He may not have wanted to divorce her. He may have loved her, but her behavior and what she was doing forced the issue. Like with me, my marriage wasn't bad. I mean, we had issues like everybody else does, but nowhere near what a lot of people do. We never had a screaming fight or blow up like that in our entire marriage until once after he was arrested. I found out he did something without talking to me, and he should have. And I blew because of stress. And then he blew because of stress. But I was happy being a wife. I loved him. I supported him. I had no problems with our marriage. I had to divorce him to survive. If he wasn't guilty, and I believed he wasn't guilty, I could stay married to him while he was in prison. But financially, I couldn't because victims were suing left and right. Let's see, my mom told me if I did something like this, she'd get me the best lawyer she could, but she'd also call the police and make sure that I was held accountable. That is a good mama. My husband and I would have fights, mainly both tired, fussy. Yeah. So with the Sarah Boone situation, I've said a lot because I want you to understand what her ex is going to go through. I want you to know what her child is going through. Well, ex is going through. So yes, society focuses on the victim family. But they forget there's more than one group of victims here. There is no help. And I believe that it should be court ordered that if you're married and have a child and your spouse commits a crime that you're going to prison for, there is counseling for free because they get free counseling. There's assistance of some kind for the child. There's none. Not in our state anyway. You can get on food stamps if you're lucky. SSI if you're lucky, but that's a trap. If you get on Social Security income, that's because you don't have enough money to support yourself. Here's the deal. You may get a few $100s a month, plus what little you make. If you make any more than that, or someone gives you money, you have to report it and they deduct your SSI payment, that amount. If it's my birthday and Diane sends me $100, I'd have to report it. And then the next month, I get less money. When you're on food stamps, Same thing. Any money that comes to you in any form, gift card, cash, check, direct deposit, Venmo, any form affects your food stamps and your SSI. But yet you may be only getting $800 a month total in assistance, including the food costs. And then you turn around and can't even try to make money. See, I went on all of this after I lost my husband because I didn't have a penny. If you look at the value of what was owed and everything that had to be paid out, it was $500,000 at least. Between the house loan, the car loan, the bills, the debt, the office, the property, it was horrible. It's not a leg up, it's a leg down. Because once you're in the system, if you try to get yourself out of the system, it's an instant cutoff. Oh, it could have been higher. Luckily, my spiritual papa handled all that part for me because I couldn't. I had too much else to deal with. But people don't realize that you could get one gift up to a certain amount of money a year. But Christmas, if I was to get gift cards for Christmas, I told people, don't give me cash and do not give me a gift card. Pay a bill for me. They can directly pay the bill. I could sit there and call up the electric company. I could call up right now and pay your bill if I wanted, as long as I knew the address and the name on the account. And that's what we did. That way I wouldn't lose any benefits. It is practical, but at the same time, not everybody who gets on this in the system wants to stay in the system. There are people, the system was really built for people like me at the time. You live your life, you work, you pay into the system, and then something happens to you and you have to have support. So what happens? You get help. And then once you can get yourself back together, get off of it. But it doesn't work that way. When I was on it, and if I was to get an extra $120 something a month in any way, shape, or form, I'd lose all of my SSI. I still would keep my food stamps because it may be a one-time thing, but it's just precarious. Luckily, it sounds like her husband is not in that boat. I hope he's not. He may become that way. But here's the other thing. CPS gets involved. Child Protective Services is what we call them here. And then you still have the police and the sheriffs and other people in the community who are involved in the investigation, who know who you are. And I've had those that hated me because they thought I lied for my husband, pulled me over under the premise of a traffic stop and say, can we search your car? No. Do we need to call a dog? Go ahead. Let me have your license. Here you go. Where's your registration? Here you go. Sit in the car drinking and eating for about 10 minutes and get out and say, get out of here. It was horrible. Well, yes, they were stamps, but those were easily traded for cigarettes and given to people for money. So in other words, if I had $100 in food stamps, I would sell them. Not me personally, but they would sell those. And they couldn't monitor them. But it was embarrassing back then to pull out that stamp book, I'm sure. It never was on it. So it is going to be a nightmare. And we're talking about the case. We'll switch over now to the case with the officer, the sheriff who shot the judge. I don't know if his family was in that courtroom. I can't imagine where they are. As much as mine was hard, his must be insanely hard for that family. Because my husband did not unalive someone. It was horrible. Don't get me wrong. Inmates judge things differently in prison. Murder is the least of the offensive crimes in some ways. I've heard of the trade-offs, yeah. The thing is, for them, is they have to live with the fact that she was married to a murderer. You become the murderer's wife. I had to live with that kind of stuff too. Still do. I go to the grocery store. I go into restaurants. Where was I the other day that somebody, I was at a restaurant and with some friends, and this woman walked in and she goes, just gives me that stink eye, shakes her head. Like, how dare you share the same air as the rest of us? And everything is all by rumors. There's going to be a lot of rumors going around for that poor woman. And I hate it. I wish I could be there to hold her hand. I don't support a damn thing that he did. I'd be there for her. Because, again, 90% of what the community knows is rumors. Most of them don't do what we do. Number one, they don't watch. Most of them don't watch these shows. So they don't know even what's going on in court. They're not getting up off their couch and going to court and hearing things for themselves before they run their mouth. The other thing is they hear it from the gossip, their friend who heard this from their friend who heard this, and so it must be true. Give you a case in point in my life. Somebody reported me for ripping into my daughter's butt in front of Walmart just outside the car, yelling at her. Okay, well, they called CPS. Then they called somebody they knew that I went to church with, and that person called so-and-so, and that person called so-and-so, and it got around to my spiritual mama. Now, Mama, if you're listening, thank you. Because that woman would listen to them and put them in their place. And then she'd tell me later what was going on because she knew it would upset me. And so I get on my door after they went to the school and talked to my kids. But guess where their school was? 7 hours drive away. My kids weren't even living with me at the time they made this accusation. In fact, did that thing fall again? It sure did. Dagnabbit. In fact, it's driving me crazy because there's a hot light. In fact, they hadn't even had a visitation that weekend. So you made a false allegation report to the CPS, swearing under oath it's true that you witnessed this, and they weren't even in town. They were 7 hours away. That is how vicious this is going to get. Now, apparently, the sheriff's children, I think, are older. I wish I knew. But if they're not, this woman needs to be forewarned because it's going to come. It always happens. Hi, Miss Kevin. So do you think maybe overly sensitive about possible dis? What? What is dis? Am I reading? Do you think maybe overly sensitive about a possible dis? What is this? DISS. Me overly sensitive? Hell no, I'm not even sharing the deepest part of this. Oh, the dismissal. Do you think maybe overly sensitive about possible dismissal? In what case? Well, oh, no. Not at all. Yeah. Well, the thing is, you can't complain to the sheriff and all that because people, if they even suspect there's abuse under law, they're supposed to report it. And they don't, most people. And it got to the point that CPS was able to weed out a lot and were realizing after about the 15th call, and I not exaggerating, that this was just vindictive. So I'm not overly sensitive about it. I never get to express it. And I am a little triggered by what I saw in that video today. And my heart is aching for the judge's family, but also for the children of the one who did it and his wife. So please keep this stuff in mind. Especially, I mean, Sarah Boone's kids, people are judging the ex-husband. Don't. Y'all have not lived in their shoes, and you don't know what they've gone through. Oh, yeah. So, Miss Kevin, are you doing well today? Thank you for being here. Oh, thank you for being here, Miss Diane. So tomorrow, when I got to look and see what time her hearing. I think it's 2 p.m. I missed some of your telling your experience. CPS was called on you multiple times. What was wrong with the people? My ex-husband was in prison and people thought I was a horrible person because I was judged and I was guilty by association. And they thought if he did what he did, they accused me of knowing about it. They thought I was a part of it. They thought I did it. And some people thought I was abusing him and the kids. One of the stories was I was abusing him and the kids and that I had mental health issues and that he was going to divorce me and I went crazy and I framed him. I kid you not. So this chick went and had a full psychological evaluation to show that she wasn't crazy. One way to skin a cat. Voluntarily go in there for that test. It took 3 days. It's horrible. Well, it wasn't that bad, but just the fact that I had to do it. So, am I right, Miss Kevin? Is it 2:00 tomorrow is her hearing? I think I don't have my calendar. All of the people were great. I don't have my calendar. Let me see. Why don't I just get my calendar up and quit asking everybody? Where did I put my calendar? I had to move all of my things when I rearranged my my screens and everything. Google Calendar. Yeah, we love my calendar. I got homework to do, y'all. I don't have a time on Boone, I don't think. But Boone is tomorrow. Is it? Wait a minute. Is it Toxic and Christian's birthday on the 26th and I'm already saying happy birthday to him? What the hey? Oh, no. Sorry. That was last week. Boone is the 2nd. They moved. Okay. Oh, shoot. Today's Burning a Glow and I'm not making it. Oh, well. 3 Eastern, so it's 2 Central. Yeah, I was right. We will definitely be on about all the missteps. Divorces happen and nobody likes the other person. I thought with my husband's situation that when I divorced him at the time, I thought he was innocent. Because I hadn't seen any evidence. I wasn't in the courtroom. His attorneys would not permit me in the courtroom because I was a witness, and they thought that I would be more accepted by the jury, my testimony, if I wasn't in there listening. Because believe it or not, expert witnesses and the spouse, even if they're testifying, can be in the courtroom. That said, a lot of jurors do not put as much weight into that testimony because some of them believe that, well, you can change your testimony because you've heard what's being said to benefit the one you're testifying for. Oh, no problem, love. No popsum. I saw your schedule. Thank you for sharing it. So, yeah. So, things didn't fall into place for me whether he was innocent or guilty until some months after his sentencing. Seriously. And so it was difficult. Is there anything that we can touch on, Miss Kevin? It's let me check the website, because I noticed every day they post their stuff latter part of the day. Let me go back in and check. I've got to re-sign in. And then if we don't have anything else, I have to prepare with Miss Di for the thing tonight, the debate. You don't do this for debate? I'm going to be listening in. I know, love. This day has gone quickly, hasn't it? Yeah, just slid through this day. Nothing yet, but it's not 5 o'clock their time. You know what? I was totally shocked. I'm still in shock they showed that video. Miss Kevin, would you have ever thought that they would have shown that video live? And they didn't even warn the wife or the family. No warning. It's 3 p.m. What? It's 3 p.m. Florida time? Wait, are my clocks wrong? Because it's 3:54 Texas time. What? It's 3 your time? Well, someone said 3. Oh, I got you tomorrow. My bad. 3 p.m. tomorrow Eastern time, but my time it's 2. I am so sorry. I told Miss Cabin September was on speed mode. Oh, wait. Well, actually, I called September the roller coaster month. Are you getting off that roller coaster anytime soon, love? You're off. She's pushed herself off. Oh, they didn't blur him on. If you go back and watch my live, there was no blur. It was black and white. You didn't even see the BLOOD word. You didn't see any of that. But he was hit at least. No. When they showed it the first time in court, it was not blurred. And on my live stream, if you go back, it ain't blurred. The thing that gets me is he shot so many times. What the hell? That was personal, not protective. I was giving him the benefit of the doubt that maybe they got in an argument. The judge could have threatened him, could have pulled a gun on him himself, and he shot him. It has happened. Yeah, Ronnie, I realize it's 3 p.m. your time, their time, 2 p.m. mine. So the defendant's statements about the OCSO, the right to hair and cosmetics and civilian clothing, the judge was only blurred later. Let me pull up my live because I could have sworn he was not blurred. And I was in shock. Honestly, I was. I could not believe that was allowed. Just blew my mind. Oh, by the way, President Carter's 100 years old. He's the oldest living president. And he looks at, I have a story about that. I just want to look back and make sure I'm not misrepresenting. When I was 4.5 years old, my daddy, who was in the military, took me took my son right after they adopted us to the White House because my dad worked right near there. And Carter was walking through and he saw the cute little twins with white hair, and he on one of the chairs in the hall. front part of the White House where we were getting the tour and put me on his lap and visited with us, congratulated my father and thanked him for adopting kids. I don't know. I don't care where he stood political. You. Okay. I'm watching here. I don't want y'all to see it again. No, they did not blur it in the courtroom on the original live. No. No, they did not blur it on the first showing. But do you know what upsets me? It's the fear that guy died with. The fear. Say what?
I said
You can talk.
that says a lot.
When you look at him trying to protect and duck, he's in a corner. He has nowhere to go.
Yeah.
Brick walls all the way around him.
Yeah. That's terrible.
And then he falls under the desk to try to get some barrier. And he's still getting shot. And then he's probably already going to die because he was hit multiple times. It was point blank, like this close. Some of them, one of them that close. He falls to the ground and slides under the desk. And it looks like the sheriff is going to leave. He opens the door, but he only opened it to get a better angle. And you can see his foot moving like he's trying to get away, and he shoots him in the head. And he's there. Boom. Gone.
I have to call a glove. I have to call a glove.
I saw that. What's wrong?
Well, nothing. I hope they take this.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, got y'all. Well, I guess I'm going to have to edit this video because it shows someone actually unaliving. I can't monetize it. I have to turn it off before they ding me. Because I'm not going to monetize this. I said off. Save. Thank you. I do not wish for any of this to be monetized in any way, shape, or form. Horrible. Okay, I fixed that. I guess I'll have to go back later and try to blur that because it was horrendous, and I may just cut that clip out. I'll download it and then edit it. I don't think it's right. I'm not going to keep playing it. I don't want people to go and grab it because all the other views are now blurred except for mine and a couple other people. I don't want anybody using my feed to show that. That's not cool. And to hear the wife in the background just absolutely floored me. Okay, so what time is it? Okay, it is 4:00. I'm going to go ahead and wrap it up. Please, Toy, Ronnie, everybody, Miss Kevin, Zach, I hope your tooth canal goes okay, bud. I am so sorry. Just stay on top of your pain management. It'll be over. Amy, thank you so much. I mean, there's just so many, Brat, where is he? I don't see him anymore. I guess I ran him off. Tracy, my beloved. Paula, thank you so much. Where did he go? Uh-oh. I'm missing somebody. Dr. Bullbutter. Adair. All of you. Thank you so much for joining. Oh, thank you so much, Case One. You're fabulous. Appreciate you too. So we're going to go prep for this thing. Tracy, I hope you let your friend know. I understand if they don't, but let them know who's deaf. He's deaf. Love you, Tracy. Love you, love you. Guys, with that, I want you guys to see my new thumbnail. You ready for this? This is what I'm going to be showing for a while until we know what's going on, and then I'm going to adjust it slightly. This is a thumbnail, the Boone trials. Looky, what do you think? Booney tune. That's all, folks. Here's my cinematic if you can hear it. I hope y'all heard that. I will send you the link for the bro. I'll send it to you in instant messaging. I'll do that now before I forget, because I don't want to forget, because I know once I get my mind off of it, I won't remember. Oh, wrong one. Okay, I'll send it to you in a minute, babe. I got to get offline to do it. Okay, guys. You guys have a fabulous evening. Remember, you see someone having a really bad day, just show them a little love, because you never know. You might need it one day yourself. We will see y'all tonight, and then tomorrow is Boone at 2:00 Central, 3 Eastern. So we'll be on for that. I may start a little later. I know I can fix it. I don't know why people aren't hearing it. All my sound was crazy this morning. People could hear. I couldn't mute. I pushed the mute button and they still heard me. Yep. They heard me doing business. Okay, guys. I really appreciate you. Love and blessings. We will see you in a few.